could he do this to me?
Why not? He's done it to every woman he's ever known.
I wish I could hurt him as he's hurt me.
You can't. It doesn't work that way with Vincent. When he's through, he's through. And like the old song, they never would be missed.
They never would be missed.
Here now. In case you decide to be sensible, here are my keys to the lodge. You'll be alone there. It's miles from everywhere. Nobody has to know anything about it.
Oh, you're very kind, Blanche.
No phone, nothing. It'll be good for you. The larder's well stocked, you'll make out.
I'll make out better right here.
I'm leaving tomorrow, so if you decide to use the lodge, go on up. Just stay as long as you like.
Blanche, if you think I'm just going to leave town quietly and sneak up to your lodge and let Vincent Carter
That's the sensible thing to do, and you should begin to use your head.
I'll use my head, but I won't use your lodge.
Suit yourself. But in case you change your mind, I'll leave you the keys. Goodbye, darling. I'll call you as soon as I'm back.
Have a nice trip, Blanche. Oh, Vincent, you fool. Well, here's one who's going to be missed.
It's a vicious plan, isn't it, Mona? But you've decided, yes, to disappear suddenly and without explanation. You'll do it in such a way that Vincent Carter will be blamed for your disappearance. You're certain that the publicity, the suspicions in his direction will cause the ultra-respectable Alice Phillips to break off her engagement to him. And once that happens, you're certain you can win him back. And you're certain your plan will work, aren't you? Only Blanche knows that you know of the existence of the lodge, and you've told her you weren't going to use it. You're sure she'll be on the high seas bound for London and will learn nothing until her return. The next day, a phone call to Vincent is your first move in working him into your little scheme.
I don't know what possessed me, Vincent. I was dreadful, and I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, it's all right, Mona.
Alice is a lovely girl, and I think she ought to have the ring.
But you mean you'll give it back?
Of course. Come over and have a drink with me. Show me there are no hard feelings. I'll give it to you then.
Well, all right, Mona. I'll come by. Just for a minute.
Done and done, darling. See you. Lucille?
Yes, madame?
I'll be dining out, Lucille. Fetch me something to wear and hurry. Mr. Carter's coming right away.
Mr. Carter?
Yes, he just called, asked me to have dinner.
But you think you should?
Why not? If he wants me back, I'm quite willing.
But, Mrs. Stanton, how do you know that's what he wants? How do you know it isn't...
What do you mean, Lucille?
Well, he called here yesterday when you were out, and... Oh, he said dreadful things. He said that if you didn't quit bothering him, he would do something drastic. I didn't tell you that because
that was yesterday, Lucille. Oh, don't worry, I can handle him.
Oh, I hope so, madame.
But, Lucille, please don't tell anyone who I'm with. I promised Vincent. He doesn't want it known yet.
Oh, I don't like it, madame. I don't like it at all.
Nonsense. Come on, help me get ready. He'll be here.
You've been very decent, Mona. Thanks awfully.
Well, after all, darling, when I have a ring, I want a man to go with it. Have another drink?
No, thanks. I'd better run along.
Must you? I was rather hoping you'd let me take you to dinner, a sort of farewell.
Oh, I'm afraid...
It's a divine little place just out of town, very quiet. Nobody'd know.
You're very persuasive.
For old time's sake. We can take my car. What do you say?
All right, I'd rather like to.
It's all so easy, isn't it, Mona? You go downstairs with him. Make sure the doorman sees you drive off together in your car. The dinner at the obscure country inn goes pleasantly, with Vincent obviously relieved at your show of goodwill. By the time you drop him off at his apartment, he's forgotten the past unpleasantness between you.
Here you are, darling, right to your door. Go straight to bed now.
Oh, I will. I'm tired. Au revoir. It's been fun, Mona.
Fun's just beginning, darling, for both of us.
And now, Mona, the easy 4-hour drive to the lodge, where you run your car out of sight behind some trees, then settle down amid the comforting simplicity of oil lamps and wood fires, certain that the mechanics of your scheme are going successfully. Yes, you were last seen with Vincent, and your disappearance is complete. The news breaks even sooner than you expected, and you walk down behind the clump of trees to listen to your car radio and the news reports.
San Francisco police were still continuing their questioning today concerning the sudden and unusual disappearance of Mrs. Mona Stanton. The maid stated emphatically that her employer had no intention of taking a trip and expressed the possibility of foul play. Police are dissatisfied with the explanations of one Vincent Carter, former fiancé of the missing woman.
It's perfect, isn't it, Mona? And the following day, the reports are even more exciting. Until finally, the one thing you most wanted to hear.
In the case of Mrs. Mona Stanton, missing for the past 5 days, socialite Alice Phillips flew to Santa Barbara tonight, accompanied by her mother. Sources close to Miss Phillips indicate that she has broken her engagement to Vincent Carter, material witness and principal suspect in the mysterious Stanton disappearance. And now for some other coast news.
So she wouldn't stick by you, Vincent, eh? Too respectable.
You've won, haven't you, Mona? You tell yourself over and over again you've won. Vincent has been humbled, Alice driven away. You can return to him now, take him back on your own terms. And then as you finish packing for the trip back to the city and close your suitcase, you hear a car approaching the lodge. Only one person knows you're here, Mona. Just one.
Blanche. It has to be Blanche. She's bringing the police. I've got to get out of here.
It's all clear to you, isn't it, Mona? Blanche must have heard of your disappearance before she embarked for London, changed her plans, and hurried back to San Francisco to investigate. You've got to hurry and get away. You race for the rear door to the cabin, and a lamp crashes to the floor. As you swing the door wide open, Mona. But you're not stopping for anything like... Not now. You race to the clump of trees in your car. Your only chance to get away without being seen is the old river road. You noticed it while walking one day. Now it's got to provide your escape. Your heart pounds as you release the brake. Let your car coast silently down this back road. A mile from the lodge, you risk starting the engine. It's all right, isn't it, Mona? You got away. Then exactly 4 hours later, you're walking in on Vincent at his apartment.
Mona.
Had enough, Vincent, darling. I could disappear again, you know.
Come in. Come in, Mona.
Ready to listen to reason, I take it. It's close in here, darling. Untidy, too. But you don't look too dapper yourself.
What do you mean, Mona?
What do I mean? You asked me up, didn't you?
You've had your fun. Why bother to come back at all?
I want a husband, darling, and security. I want you.
Security?
You don't have to lock the door. I shan't run away so long as you're reasonable.
That's right, Mona. You won't run away. Ever.
Vincent, what are you doing?
You had your little joke. Now I'll have mine.
Oh, come now, darling. Put it down.
You don't deserve to live.
I said put the gun down, Vincent.
Keep away.
Come on, give it to me.
Let go, Mona. Let go, I say. You little...
High heels can be rather painful, can't they, Vincent? Now our places are reversed. You're the one who doesn't deserve to live.
Well, I was only trying to scare you, Mona. I wouldn't have killed
Then
you.
you shouldn't have let go of the gun when I kicked you, because I am going to kill you.
No, please, Mona. Wait a minute.
Why should I? After wrecking my life and tossing me aside as if I were a casual pickup, you were going to kill me. I'm just turning the tables on you, that's all.
You stand there, Mona, terrified at what you've done. The revolver you wrested from Vincent still smoking in your hand. Then, as the paralysis of shock subsides, you begin to realize your own danger. You've killed a man, Mona, and your feelings about him are well known. It comes back to you in your own words, shouted publicly that day at Pietro's.
You'll never marry her, Vincent Carter. I'll kill you first.
And now you have killed him, haven't you, Mona? And who's going to believe that you didn't intend to? Suddenly you lean down, quickly press the gun into Vincent's hand, smooth over the evidence of the struggle, and slip out of the apartment. Within a half hour, you're at police headquarters, telling a plausible story to the lieutenant in charge.
You see, Lieutenant, I'd gone up to the lodge for a complete rest, so I hadn't even heard a radio until a few hours ago. I happened to turn on 6 o'clock news, and his appearance, well, naturally, I came back at once.
I see. I'm afraid it's been a pretty serious mistake all around.
Oh, it's dreadful. We'll have to let Vincent know immediately.
I'm afraid it's too late, Mrs. Stamp.
What?
The report just came in. Vincent Carter shot himself not more than half hour ago.
Oh, no.
Steady, Mrs.
No.
Steady.
It's all my fault. If I hadn't gone away...
Well, I wouldn't say that. You didn't know.
Oh, what shall I do if only I hadn't
Best
left...
thing is to go home and try to get some rest.
Oh, I couldn't. Not now. Not when...
Try, though, will you? Too bad, but you're not to blame.
All right, Lieutenant. I'll try.
Next weekend, when you start off on your Labor Day trip, it'll be mighty handy to have a good map in your car. And there's no map handier than the free ones you'll find at Signal service stations. No need to squint to find where you're going on a Signal map. They're jumbo size for quick, easy reading. And no need to wrestle with them, getting them open or folded again. Signal maps have the latest accordion fold for more convenient handling. But that's only the beginning. In addition, Signal maps contain a guide to interesting places to visit, plus a traveler's radio guide so you can follow your favorite programs as you travel, plus enlarged sections of metropolitan areas. And if you happen to need a street map to guide you in the larger cities of the Pacific Coast states, Signal stations have them free, too. In fact, whether you need a free map, some helpful advice, or just a tank full of the famous Go Farther gasoline, you'll find that friendly, independently operated Signal stations have just about everything it takes to make your driving over Labor Day or any day more pleasant.
It's a shock, isn't it, Mona? Your disappearing act had unexpected results. Vincent is dead now. Dead, the police believe, by his own hand. It appears that you had nothing to do with it because of your story that you were in your car at the time, driving back from the lodge to save Vincent from the suspicion that he had done away with you. And they can only think of you as an innocent figure in a comedy of misinterpretation. The next day, the police lieutenant comes to your apartment. Confidently, you answer his questions with your usual inventive.
I told you all I can, Lieutenant. I left the lodge right after the 6 o'clock news broadcast. When I heard on the newscast that Vincent was being blamed for my disappearance, I went back to town. But what difference does it make now?
Because, Mrs. Stanton, Vincent Carter's death wasn't suicide.
Wasn't suicide? You mean Vincent was...
Murdered, Mrs. Stanton. The angle of the bullet proves the shot couldn't have been fired by Mr. Carter.
I see. But surely you don't suspect me.
Yes, I'm afraid I do. You had the strongest motive in the world. I've learned a great deal about you since I last saw you, Mrs. Stanton. Mr. Carter broke up your marriage, then tossed you aside for another woman.
But that was some time ago. Since then...
At least 2 different people heard you threaten to kill him.
But I told you that...
We've got our own case against you, Mrs. Stanton. A woman answering your description was seen leaving Carter's apartment building about the time of the murder.
Possibly so, but it couldn't have been I. I was driving into town.
I see. Now, as I understand it, it's an easy 4-hour drive from the lodge into town, right?
Yes.
Now, you say you left there right after the 6 o'clock newscast. You didn't arrive at the precinct station until nearly 12. That's almost 6 hours. That leaves 2 hours to account for. That's plenty of time for you to kill Carter.
Oh, well, I can explain that. You see, I went to the village first, had a little lunch before driving in, and since I didn't realize there was any rush, I ate rather leisurely. Then I decided to phone or wire or something, but changed my mind and drove on in.
I see. Don't you have to pass the lodge?
Why, yes.
Then I'm afraid I'm going to have to arrest you in the charge of murder, Mrs. Stanton.
But that's absurd. Why me?
Because you're lying. You couldn't have passed that lodge. The road was blocked. The lodge was burning to the ground. Somebody was in a big hurry to get out of that lodge. In the rush, they knocked over an oil lamp.
Oh, if only Blanche Fontaine hadn't driven up.
Miss Fontaine's still in London. That car you heard was a couple of forest rangers. Lucky thing they were in that neighborhood. We might have had a bad forest fire. Come along, Mrs. Stanton. Let's go down to headquarters.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at the same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you that starting next Friday, heavy holiday-bound Labor Day traffic will make it even more important to drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Alice Reinhardt, Les Tremaine, Joe Gilbert, Ted Von Eltz, and Bill Boucher. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by William Engvik and Cleo Davis, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday, when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for the Horace Height Show, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of The Whistler, which originally aired Sunday, August 26, 1951. This episode of The Whistler originally aired Sunday, May 7th, 1950.
And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Error, Fater.
It was a unique arrangement between Lloyd McCrae and his partner, Matt Banyan. On the surface, they appeared to be realizing only a modest average income, quite in keeping with their operations of a few air cargo planes. But beneath the surface, that was something else again. Justin's secret side trips across the border into Mexico produced something else again in the way of big profits for McRae and Banyan. Yes, these were the deals the partners never discussed with anyone other than themselves. Not even Fran Engel, Matt's girlfriend, was told about the highly profitable sideline. Of course, there was always the danger of being exposed, and the partners were gradually reaching the danger point. Both were well aware of this as they discussed it one afternoon in their airport office.
Well, that's how I see it, Matt. We've put 25 grand away in 6 months, and I say it's time to lay off for a while.
Anybody been snooping around?
No. Maybe I'm just jumpy, that's all.
Maybe. Yeah. I see your point. Well, so what's our next move?
Nothing special. Just start giving a little more attention to customers that want to do legitimate business, that's all.
You mean Kramer, Lee, and the rest of our customers,
Yeah.
eh?
Oh, look, Lee wants to talk about a frozen meat shipment tonight. See him, will you? His place, 8 o'clock.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Can't you handle it? I've got a date with Fran.
Fran, but she's working
No,
tonight
her throat's
anyway.
bothering her. She's not singing at the club tonight.
Well, look, you know I never do as well with customers as you do, Matt. You've got a way with them. I haven't.
Yeah, thanks, Lloyd. Maybe so.
Matt,
but-
look, we're still running a business. We're trying to make it look that way. I should think you'd want to do something about it.
Okay, save the lecture. Lee's place, 8 o'clock. I'll be there.
All right, that's better.
Yes, Lloyd, it's better all the way around, isn't it? Because you lied when you told Matt that there was nothing special about the next move. But then you couldn't very well tell him the truth, could you? Not when the next move is entirely yours, alone. When you plan to eliminate your partner. Not only grab the $25,000 the two of you have laid away together, but more important, Matt won't be around to share in the future profits of your highly lucrative sideline. It's a simple plan, too, isn't it, Lloyd? Yet you shudder when you realize what might happen to you if you failed. If Matt found out that you tried to kill him. A powerful man, isn't he? He could break you in two like a twig. You wait in the darkened alleyway a block from Lee's place. Tell yourself nothing will go wrong. No one in the world knows about the extra money the two of you have accumulated. The $25,000 you keep hidden away in your office safe. There won't be a single reason for suspicion to be pointed in your direction. It'll be just an unexplained killing, something for you to read about in the papers the next day, along with everyone else. It's almost 8, and now you hear them. Footsteps. Closer. Closer. He's right on time, isn't he, Lloyd? Right on time. You whirl, run from the alley. On the almost sidewalk. Look out, let me block someone. You turn your face away from the woman, shove roughly past, and then break into a run, certain that she didn't get a clear look at you.
Oh, good morning, Mr. McRae.
Morning, Alice. Cup of coffee, huh?
Yeah, sure, right away. Oh, here's the paper. You can read about the shooting last night over by the Lee Frozen Meat Company.
Shooting?
Yeah, a fella named Joe Ramos got himself blasted by...
What? Let me see that.
Well, there it is, right in the front page.
Let's see. Joe Ramos, shot. Killed by unknown assailant. Witness described killer as a... Slight of build. Wearing trench coat.
Hey, what's the matter, Mr. McRae? You don't look so good. Did you know this Ramos guy?
No. No, I didn't know the guy.
We're off. Yes, it started last Monday. Signal's big $10,000 contest. And all week, Whistler fans have been besieging Signal dealers for free entry blanks. No wonder, too, when the 200 valuable awards include such exciting prizes as a Buick Super in the dashing new Riviera model, an Apex 3-piece automatic laundry, washer, dryer, and ironer, 6 Packard Bell television sets with latest type black picture tube, including Packard Bell's famous Telecaster consoles that turn at fingertip touch to most convenient viewing angle. Then there are 2 of O'Keefe and Merritt's finest gas ranges with vanishing shelf and grill-evator broiler, plus 10 solid gold case wristwatches by Helbros, and dozens of other wonderful prizes that you can win in this easy, fun-filled way. Now, you know those Signal cartoon billboards that picture a brother and angry waiting at the church door for the groom who is just arriving late because he ran out of gas? Well, all you need do is write in 25 words or less what you think the bride is shouting at the groom. That's all there is to it. No purchases required, no box tops to send in, no tickets to save. Say, this is really a contest you can't afford to miss. So listen later for more details about Signal's big $10,000 contest.
It was a shock, wasn't it, Lloyd? To learn the papers have identified the man you shot down last night as Joe Ramus, not your partner, Matt Banyan. You can hardly believe it. You were so certain it was your partner. The same build, even the same walk. But you've made a mistake, haven't you? A bad mistake. And now, driving out to your office at the airport, there's a sick feeling in the pit of your stomach. The newspaper story, Lloyd, carries a partial description of you, the killer. Enough for Matt to add things up, especially if he was early to keep that appointment with Lee, only to learn that there was never such an appointment. That you lied to him. As you approach the airport, you wonder if you shouldn't make your move now. Salvage what you can, take the money out of the safe, leave town. But that would point suspicion directly, wouldn't it, Lloyd? By the time you reach the office of the airport, you've decided to wait it out and see what Matt will do. There's no sign of Matt having been here, is there, Lloyd? So you sit at your desk, stare out the window toward the parking lot, and wait for Matt to arrive. 10 o'clock. 11. There's no sign of him. It's almost noon when you finally pick up the telephone and call your partner's girlfriend, Fran Engel.
Oh, Fran?
Yes. This Lloyd?
How's my favorite songbird? You still knocking him dead?
Well, I'm big time now, one show a night.
Oh, fine. Fran, I've been trying to locate Matt. You see him this morning?
Matt?
Yeah.
Why, hello. Just a minute, Lloyd. I'll be right with you.
Clutching the phone tightly in your hand, excuses herself. As Fran, you strain to listen. She talks to someone softly. Someone there in their apartment. It could be Matt, couldn't it? Finally, she comes back on the phone.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lloyd. The cleaning man just came by to pick up some things. You were asking about Matt.
Yeah. It isn't anything special. Just thought if you'd seen him, you know.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I saw him. He was by here a couple of hours ago. Dropped in to say goodbye.
Goodbye?
Yes, he had to drive up to Bakersfield on business. But didn't you know?
Oh, sure, yeah. Today is Tuesday, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he did say something about it a few days ago.
Anything else on your mind, Lloyd? I mean, in case he should call me later.
No. No, forget it, Fran. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
As you hang up the receiver, you lean back in your chair and breathe a sigh of relief. You'd forgotten about Matt's business trip to Bakersfield, hadn't you? And you're certain now he never would have left if he'd suspected anything. However, you're not entirely in the clear yet, are you, Lloyd? You'll still have to explain something to him when he gets back. The phony appointment with Lee. There's something else, too. You wonder if Matt's seen the newspapers, if he's read the account of the murder last night. Late that evening, just before you leave the office, you decide to find out. You put in a long-distance call to the hotel in Bakersfield where he usually stays.
Hotel Linden.
I'd like to speak with Mr. Banyan, please. Matt Banyan?
Mr. Banyan? One moment, sir. Hello?
Yeah?
I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Banyan isn't registered.
What? Well, are you sure?
Quite sure, sir.
Well, he must be there. Should have arrived hours ago.
I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, all right. Never mind.
Something's wrong, Lloyd. You can sense it, can't you? As you close up the office and walk to the parking lot, a feeling of uneasiness builds within you. You try to fight it off. Find some reason why Matt hasn't checked into the hotel. An accident, perhaps, on the road. Yes, or motor trouble. Or he might have finished his business early and started back to town. There's nothing to be gained by staying at the office, is there? So you decide to drive on to your apartment. As you approach the all-night garage where Matt usually parks his car, an idea suddenly occurs to you. You swing into the driveway, pull up inside.
Okay, coming.
Hello, Frank.
Oh, hiya, Mr. McRae. How's everything?
Oh, I can't complain. Hey, this baby of mine needs a tune-up. It's okay if I bring it in tomorrow?
Oh, sure. We'll take care of it, Mr. McRae. Do a good job for you.
Yeah, Matt said you would. He's your best booster, you know.
Nice guy, that Mr. Banyan.
Yeah.
Don't get to see him much now that I'm on the late shift. How's he doing?
Oh, fine. He's on a trip upstate right now. He drove up this morning.
Drove up? Funny.
Why?
Hey.
What do you mean?
He didn't take his car. It's parked back there in the stall, right where he always keeps it.
You sure?
Well, yeah. Look for yourself. I guess he must have decided to take the train for a change.
Yeah, I guess so.
Fran lied to you, didn't she, Lloyd? And you remember your phone conversation with her, overhearing her talking to someone in the apartment. Someone she said was the man from the dry cleaners. You're certain now it was Matt. And you know now why he told her to lie. He doesn't want you to know that he's here in town. And he's suspicious of you. You drive out of the garage and find yourself headed back toward the airport. You're afraid to go to your apartment, aren't you, Lloyd? Afraid that Matt will be there waiting for you. You decide to drive back to the office instead. As you enter and lock the door behind you, without turning on the light, you step over to answer the telephone.
Hello? 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 Who is it? Hello?
Your hand is shaking badly, isn't it, Lloyd, as you replace the receiver? You move slowly to your chair, sink down into it, and sit there in the darkness of your office. The phone call. It could have been a wrong number, couldn't it? Yes. You've got to get hold of yourself, Lloyd. Your nerves are on edge. Be very careful. You've got careful. You can't afford to make a mistake now and give yourself away. You're sure you know why Matt is keeping out of sight. He's waiting for you to make a move, isn't he? The wrong move. But you're not going to, are you, Lloyd? You sit there for some time thinking things out, gradually becoming more and more confident. And then suddenly you wheel around in your chair, stiffen as you hear the key in the lock of the office door. You're unable to move, to call out, unable to take your eyes off the doorknob as it turns slowly.
Mr. McRae, I didn't know you were here.
What do you want, Pop?
Why, I just come in to do the cleaning up, Mr. McRae. I didn't know you were here. The lights was
Yeah,
out.
all right.
If you want, I can come back later.
Yeah. Come back later, will you?
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. McRae. I didn't mean to...
Sure.
You pace the floor of your office nervously for a few minutes, and then reach for the telephone. You must call Matt, find out if he's home. Then you change your mind again and slam down the receiver. You lock up the office and drive into town to the Blue Lantern, the nightclub where Fran works. And as you enter the crowded room, she's finishing her big number.
The nicest part of any melody is when you're dancing close to me. So put another Nicolina in that Nickelodeon. All I want is loving you and music. Doodly-doo-la-doo-la-doo-la-la-la-doo. All I want is music.
Hello, Fran.
What? Oh, Lloyd.
Nice song. Very nice.
Oh, thanks.
Buy a drink?
Oh, some other time, Lloyd.
Oh, okay.
What brings you around? We don't see you here very often.
Oh, just bored, I guess. You know, I really don't get out as often as I should. All work and no play.
That's bad.
Yeah, I spend entirely too much time at the office, I guess. Take Matt now. At least he gets a chance to take a few out-of-town trips once in a while.
Too often to suit me.
Maybe I ought to make those trips instead.
Fine. That way I'd have Matt where I could keep my eye on him. You know, I often wonder about those business trips.
Oh, you haven't a thing to worry about, Fran. There's only one doll in his life. It's you.
Yeah, sure. That's what he tells me.
You know, you've got a great guy there, Fran. Great guy.
I know.
I guess you know, too, how I feel about him. He's the best friend I ever had. There's nothing I wouldn't do for Matt. He's a real guy. By the way, did he call you tonight?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he called, from his hotel.
Huh? The Linden?
Yeah. Why, something on your mind?
Well, I wanted him to check on something while I was up there. I happened to think about it this afternoon.
Oh, I see.
Morning, I could call him and listen to him. Yes,
Yeah.
really important. Sure you won't have that drink, friend?
No, thanks, Lloyd. Well, if you don't mind, I think I'll go back to my dressing room. I have a horrible headache.
Oh, it's too bad.
Well, I'll see you, huh? Well, you ought to come around more often.
Sure. I'll do that, Fran. I'll do that.
A half hour later, you park your car a block from Matt's apartment house, and then walk slowly toward the 4-story building. As you approach it, you glance up at the 3rd-story windows. Matt's apartment is dark. You stop for a moment, and then as you turn around...
Hello, Lloyd.
What?
Hey, what's the matter, pal? Scare you?
Oh, it's you, Dave.
Been calling on Matt?
Yeah, he's not home.
Ain't he?
No.
Huh. Guess not. Dark. Well, you couldn't have missed him by much.
You, see him go out?
No, but I heard him moving around up there just before I went down to the corner about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, you sure?
Well, sure, I'm sure. My apartment's right under his, ain't it? I heard him.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, thanks, Dave.
Hey, wait. If you're going down to the airport, I'll give you a lift. Going down there in a few minutes.
Thanks. No, I have my car.
Shortly before midnight, you're in the residential section. You park your car on a quiet side street, and you walk a block to where you can see Fran Engel's cottage. The lights are on inside, but the blinds are drawn. You're almost certain that Matt is in there with Fran, aren't you, Lloyd? And if you wait long enough, you'll see him when he comes out. You've almost made up your mind to slip around to the side of the house and perhaps listen in on their conversation, when suddenly a car pulls up in front of you and you duck back into the shadows. It's a police car, Lloyd.
Well, that must be the place over there, Sergeant.
That cottage?
831. Yeah, that's it. Come on, let's go.
A wave of panic sweeps over you as you watch the police officers ring Fran's bell. Then the door opens and she stands there for a moment, then nods and steps in the officer's side. You're sure Matt's called them in, aren't you? Certain he's found the proof that you tried to kill him, that he knows you killed Joe Ramos instead, and now he's telling the police about it. You hurry back to your car and start toward town, so frightened you're unable to think clearly. Finally, you know what you must do. You drive back to your apartment, pack your bags, slip the murder gun into your coat pocket. You can dispose of it after you're safely away. And then you hurry to the airport. As you reach the parking lot, you're surprised as the attendant stops you.
Say, Mr. McRae.
What is it, kid?
Thought maybe you ought to know. The cops were here asking for you.
What?
Yeah. Probably at your office now.
They, say what they wanted?
No.
Okay. Here.
Hey, thanks.
Park this crate for me, will you? I better go over to the office and see what they want.
Sure, Mr. McRae. Sure.
You decide to leave the car on the lot, and then you hurry over to the terminal building. Go to the cocktail lounge, and from the window you can see the police car parked in front of your office. Policemen inside talking to Pop. You've got to get them out of there, Lloyd, if you're going to get the money out of the safe. $25,000. You'll have to be satisfied with that, won't you? The panic has left you now, hasn't it, Lloyd? And there's a smile on your lips as you dial the number of your office.
Yeah. Hello.
Lloyd there?
You want Lloyd McRae?
Yeah, sure. Is he around?
No, he isn't. Who is it?
Just a friend. He was supposed to meet me at the Blue Lantern a half hour ago. I can't wait much longer. You don't know where he is?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, I'll see him later.
Just a minute.
You smile as you hang up the phone. You're pretty sure that in a few minutes the officers will be on their way to the Blue Lantern Cafe. You return to the cocktail lounge and watch. A moment later, you see the police officers come out of your office and drive off. The way is clear, isn't it, Lloyd? Now you've only to take the money, leave town, and you're sure that you can arrange that easily. You have one more thing to do before your plans are complete. You leave the cocktail lounge and walk into a nearby hangar.
Hey, Mac.
What? Oh, hi, Lloyd.
Dave around?
In the office.
Thanks.
Hi, Lloyd. Come on in.
Dave, I got a job for you.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's a special sort of a job.
Oh, one of those, then.
Yeah.
Well, I've always cooperated in the past, Lloyd. You know me, anything for a fast buck.
Well, there's $1,000 in it for you. Same as always.
Tell me more.
Fly me to Mexico.
When?
Right now.
It's a deal.
Good. All right, get that crate of yours warmed up. I've got to go back to the office for a minute, then we take off, eh? Oh, Dave.
Yeah?
Keep your mouth shut.
I'm a clam, pal. A clam. You don't have a thing to worry about. Not a thing. I'll land you in Mexico in an hour.
$200 lucky Westerners will win some wonderful prizes in Signal's big $10,000 contest. Prizes such as Frigidaire's deluxe refrigerator with new cold wall cooling, a Frigidaire electric range or Frigidaire home freezer, 5 Halliburton makeup cases filled with exquisite cosmetics by Anatole Robbins of Hollywood, 10 Packard Bell radios, 10 Westinghouse vacuum cleaners, plus 50 Westinghouse pop-up toasters. And here's how easy it is to win these valuable prizes. Just write in 25 words or less what you think the angry bride on the Signal gasoline billboard is shouting at her out-of-gas groom. For instance, she might be saying, "I'd never have said yes if I had known you don't use Signal Go Farther gasoline." Winners will be selected on the basis of originality and humor, aptness and suitability in advertising Signal products. Your chances of winning are good because only entries mailed on official entry blanks from the 6 Signal states, California, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Nevada, and Arizona, are eligible to win. So ask your nearest Signal dealer for a free contest entry blank. It contains helpful suggestions that make it even easier for you to win a Buick or one of the 200 valuable prizes in Signal's big $10,000 contest.
A curious crowd had gathered in front of the McRae-Banyan office at the airport, milling around and talking in excited whispers. Inside the office, Lieutenant Robbins of Homicide faced the members of the press and was trying to explain what had happened.
Look, boys, look. I can only tell you what I know. Wait a minute. Wait. Now, look. I can only tell you what I know. There's a lot about this I don't know. A lot I don't understand.
Yeah, well, okay, Lieutenant. Now, so McRae was opening the safe here when the Prowl Car boys walked in on him, huh? He turned around, started shooting.
That's right. The boys had to give it right back to him in self-defense.
So McRae is dead. Now, what did the law want with him in the first place?
Well, a man named Joe Ramos was killed last night. He was murdered.
Yeah, I know, Lieutenant. I wrote that yarn myself. Now, what about it?
Well, we made a couple of interesting discoveries about this Joe Ramos tonight. Now, first, the boys down at the morgue found $25,000 hidden in the lining of his overcoat.
25. This is big. I'm going to phone my paper.
Now, wait a minute. You better wait until I finish. Second, the identification papers on him were phony. He wasn't Joe Ramos. We found this out after we checked up on a dame. We found a picture of her in his wallet.
A case of find the woman, huh?
Right. Well, we picked her up, brought her down to the morgue. When she recognized the body, she went all to pieces. Told us about the $25,000.
Bank loot?
Nope. His girlfriend told us he was double-crossing his partner, running out with the firm's dough. The $25,000 we found on him.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he was going to skip last night on the midnight plane for Mexico City. The girl was going to meet him there later.
Only at 8 o'clock last night, somebody bumped him off in that alley.
Mm-hmm. He had an appointment near there with a frozen meat dealer named Lee. Funny thing about it was, the girl said he was only keeping the appointment to keep his partner from becoming suspicious.
They always make one error, Lieutenant, don't they?
Yeah, nearly always. In this case, it was a fatal error. Even his girl thought he made a getaway. She thought he was safe in Mexico until she recognized his body at the morgue.
You boys certainly solved this one quick.
Yeah. Oh, but we had a little luck, of course. One of the boys recognized the picture we found in his pocket.
Huh?
A nightclub singer, Fran Engel.
Fran Engel? Hey, but she was Matt Banyan's girl.
Right. The dead man we thought was Joe Ramos because of his phony identification papers turned out to be Matt Banyan.
Lloyd McRae's partner. Banyan was double-crossing McRae.
It looks like it.
And now McCrae.
Yeah. Yeah, but what I can't figure is why McCrae started shooting when the boys in the prowl car came here to his office. We only wanted him to come down to headquarters and pick up that $25,000 we found on Matt Banyan.
Let that whistle be your signal each Sunday for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. And this week, be sure to enter Signal's big $10,000 contest. 200 valuable prizes include a new Buick, Apex automatic laundry, Frigidaire refrigerator, electric range or home freezer, Packard Bell television set, O'Keefe and Merritt gas range, and many others. Just ask at your nearest Signal service station for an official entry blank. It's free, no purchase required. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, John Daner, and Gigi Pearson. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Steve Hampton, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at the same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listeners on the Internet and community radio stations with a variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.macandmind.com for more information. We now present Suspense on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. This episode of Suspense originally aired Thursday, May 2nd, 1946, 75 years ago today.
Suspense. Tonight, the David O. Selznick star, Mr. Joseph Cotton, in Crime Without Passion by Ben Hecht, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed by William Spear.
She had phoned me to come over to her apartment. She wanted a showdown. Well, I wanted a showdown, too, and so I went over to her apartment.
And after all the time I've given you, well, everybody thinks we're engaged to be married. Now you're trying to give me the go-by just like that. The girls in this show, what a laugh they'll hand me. Who do you think you are, anyway?
Now, calm and watch your temper.
To think I've been such a fool. Earl Wilson and Winchell and just everybody, won't they give me the razz in their column?
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of the bunch around the El Bravo. Well, when they get through with me, I'll probably lose my lead in the Bird of Paradise. The nerve! Treating me as if I was a nobody. Where do you get like that, taking up a girl's time?
She was a dancer at the El Bravo Club. She was number one on the line, Paradise number in the floor show. That was the Bird of I first noticed her. I looked at her now with complete detachment. I wondered what I had ever seen in this red-headed, illiterate creature with her childish face and muscular legs. How could I have ever considered her charming or desirable?
Probably for you.
More likely it's Eddie White calling you, that dean of collegiate heroes.
Oh, yeah?
For me, by any mischance, just say I'm not here.
Hello? Hello? No, he's not here. I don't know where he is. He's not here. You're off. Always making me lie for you. And as for that crack about Eddie White, you don't fool me, not for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Don't just stand there and say, in that smug way. You know very well I haven't been seeing Eddie White. You're just using that for an excuse, aren't you?
Well,
Well, are you or aren't you?
You know all the answers.
Sure, I know the answer to that. You're just saying that because you're trying to get rid of me, trying to put me on the escalator, that's what.
Well, have it your own way.
Have it your own way? Why, you stupid.
Now cut that out.
You think because you're a lawyer you can get away with this? I'll show you.
Hey, look out.
Your photograph in a swell, expensive frame. I'll show you what I think of that, too.
Oh.
You're not going to make a sucker out of me, you stupid.
No, not my derby.
Your derby? Why, I'll smash your face.
Now, stay away from me, Nat, and don't come near me. No, that hurt.
Ain't the half of it out.
Why, you little vixen, how I hate you. I loathe you. I hate all of your kind.
Don't you strike me. Don't you dare. Lou, put down that candlestick, Lou. Put it down, Lou. Don't.
I was suddenly aware of a large brass candlestick in my hand, and on the floor lay Carmen Brown. I leaned over her. Her skull cracked, and blood was running from it. Her eyes were closed. I listened. No heartbeat. I was suddenly overwhelmed with the thought that I had committed a murder. I don't think there's a lawyer in New York with more thorough experience in the handling of criminal cases. No. I knew all the angles. I knew the pitfalls of the defense in such a case as this. I knew the psychology of the prosecution. I had unexpectedly and inadvertently been cast in the role of a criminal. Through my mind were the prejudice, all and difficulties of such a case. And in less than a minute, I had put myself on trial on a plea of self-defense, reviewed the evidence, and found myself guilty. It's a curious thing. No doubt the public at large, the layman, would expect that some unpublicized and secret professional legal maneuver would be used by the great Lou Hendricks in the present predicament. It would seem to the reader of crime fiction and the listener to radio mystery drama that some less hackneyed word than alibi would be the key word to my puzzle. I am sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I should dearly love to shake some diabolically ingenious trick out of my lawyer's sleeve, but such would be a waste of time. An alibi was what I needed. I needed to establish simply and conclusively that I was not there at the time of Carmen Brown's murder. Time was the important element. Yes, I must begin at once to establish that alibi. I leaned over and glanced at the watch on Carmen's wrist. The dial glass was broken. The watch had stopped. The hands pointed to 2 minutes of 4. The clock on the desk had just struck 4. The telephone. I let it ring. Had to. Of course, the phone made it impossible to establish an alibi by setting the time forward. Other phone calls might come in before 5 o'clock. Someone, perhaps a maid, might even come to the apartment in person. Through my mind rushed the courtroom scene in which my case would be tried. The prosecuting attorney wouldn't miss that.
At 3:50, Carmen Brown was alive, as witness the fact that she answered a phone call which came through the switchboard to her apartment at that time. At 2 minutes after 4, just 12 minutes later, a phone call came through that same switchboard which she failed to answer. Why, gentlemen of the jury?
No. What I needed was an alibi for the hour preceding 4 o'clock, the time at which her watch had stopped. I must provide not only an alibi for myself, but also fortify it with evidence, tending to prove that someone other than myself had done the deed. But how? Fingerprints? They told a graphic story. A story that would reveal that Carmen had been in a rage demanding something of the killer. This would point directly to me, since I was known to have been her admirer and steady caller at her apartment. But if I could make it appear as though the assailant was demanding something of her, he was in a jealous rage, had smashed the articles, including the framed photograph of Lou Hendricks, and had concluded with the killing of Carmen. I wiped the fingerprints carefully from the articles in question with my silk handkerchief. And again, I imagined myself on trial in the courtroom, this time with my defense counsel addressing the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Carmen Brown had undoubtedly been attacked by some other shooter who was obviously jealous of the defendant, Lou Hendricks. As witness, the destroyed photograph of the latter. You will also note her assailant was crafty enough to remove all fingerprints.
So far, it was good. I had set the scene. I was ready to leave the apartment. But wait, I just remembered. A gun was in Carmen's desk only a few feet from where she now lay. They would wonder why she hadn't defended herself with it. The prosecuting attorney wouldn't miss that. Oh, no. He'd point an accusing finger at me.
And yet, Carmen Brown did not reach for this weapon, with which she could have defended herself. Why? Was it because the assailant was someone familiar with her? Someone against whom she had no thought of arming herself? Or perhaps because the assailant was familiar with the premises, and knew where the gun prevented her from reaching it?
I took the gun and slipped it into my coat pocket. I would dispose of it later. I took every precaution to make sure that no one saw me as I left the building. My trained legal mind warned me against a surprise witness, which in so many court cases was dramatically brought forth by the prosecutor to confound the guilty. I remembered grimly how some of my best cases had tumbled by the appearance in court of some aimless stray human, someone who happened to have seen the defendant during his presupposed alibi. The prosecutor would have a gleam in his eye questioning such a witness in the courtroom.
And you say you saw the defendant, Lou Hendricks, leaving the apartment building shortly after the time of the murder?
This must not happen. I had my plan pretty well in mind by now. I took a back shortcut to Broadway, the Palace Theater. It was an off hour. There was not a long line waiting. I bought my ticket and went quickly in.
Seats without waiting. Seats in the third aisle to your right, please.
The moment I was seated, I got up again. I returned to the lobby, up the other side of the aisle, and went directly to the lost and found desk.
Was there something I can do for you, sir?
I wish to report the loss of a pair of gloves.
Oh? Do you have any idea where they were lost?
Oh, somewhere in the theater. I had them when I came in. I'm not usually so careless, but the picture was so engrossing, I was completely carried away with it. And, well, apparently I failed to carry away my gloves.
Gloves, I imagine they'll be turned in, sir?
Oh, I'm sure they'll be found. If you'll just make a record of it. Lou Hendricks is the name, with an X.
Hendricks, huh? Hendrix, huh? That's an unusual spelling.
Family name.
Well, all right, sir, Mr. Hendricks. If you'll just fill out this blank with your name and address and the time.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, to be sure, the time. Let's see. What is the time?
It's exactly 20 minutes after 4. I'll record that on the blank for you.
After 4? Well, could it be that late? Heavens, I had no idea of the time. Quite a long picture.
Yes, the picture was a little longer than most. I hope you enjoyed it, sir.
Oh, yes, indeed. I enjoyed it very much. It was well worth sitting through. Well, thank you very much. I had established an alibi for having spent the time between 2:30 and 4:20 in the movie theater. This was a period of 2 hours, and this was now recorded in black and white at the Lost and Found desk. I'd taken care that this should be a movie that I had already seen, so I'd be able to recite the plot if questioned. The main body of my alibi had been achieved. I now went directly from the movie to my next port of call, Sardi's Restaurant, where I'm well known.
How are you, Mr. Hendricks? Your usual table?
Yes, Henry.
It's in the headline?
No, I just came from a movie. Oh, by the way, what is the exact time? I've got to make a telephone call.
It's just 4:30, Mr. Hendricks.
4:30. I think I'll make my telephone call while you make me a chicken sandwich.
Okay, the booth is just there, you know.
Yeah.
Hendricks, Brown, Walsh, and Healy.
Mr. Healy, please. This is Mr. Hendricks.
Oh, certainly, Mr. Hendricks. One moment.
Hello?
Hello, Tom. This is Hendricks.
I've been trying to locate you all afternoon.
Oh, what for?
Oh, several things came up that needed your attention.
Oh, not so hard to locate. Where'd you try?
I tried everywhere I could think of, even Carmen Brown's apartment.
Yeah? Did you talk to her?
Sure, I was trying to find out if she knew where you were.
What time was that?
Oh, about 3:50.
Well, how did she seem when you asked if I were there?
Well, I don't know. Why?
Well, try and think. I'd like to know.
Well, come to think of it, she struck me as a little curt or upset about something.
Upset, eh? Listen, I don't want you to call me at that number anymore, understand?
Oh, well, sure, if you say so.
I'm all washed up at that telephone number. Understand what I mean? In the future, that number is out. Any other calls?
No.
Okay. Again, my mind reverted to the courtroom scene in which I imagined my case being tried. But this time, I had my case well in hand. The thought of facing the prosecuting attorney did not disturb me. The thought of that little bout between the two attorneys even amused me.
So, Mr. Hendricks told you that you needn't try to reach him at Miss Brown's apartment anymore, eh?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when the defendant made this statement to his trusted friend and law partner, he had undoubtedly good reason to believe there was another in Brown's life.
I had forged another link in the chain of evidence pointing to my innocence. Everything was working out in favor of a perfect alibi for my defense. Everything was going fine. I was beginning to enjoy the case very much. Now that the tension was relieved, I began to look upon my case as a sort of a game. I began to get a kick out of it, and I conceived the idea of building up another witness. Eddie White was the only one of Carmen's previous amours whom I knew, and I considered for a moment involving him in the case. He was Carmen's previous suitor just before I entered the picture. He was known to be a hot-headed young gentleman given to nocturnal fisticuffs in public places, but I finally dismissed this idea. This witness, I decided, would be Miss Moore, who was also a dancer at the El Bravo Club. She was Carmen's closest friend and confidant. I telephoned Miss Moore and requested her to join me at the restaurant. She came right over. You see before you, Miss Moore, a man suffering from the perfidy of one whom he has loved and trusted.
Would you mind saying that again in plain English?
Well, to put it more simply, I think Carmen has been two-timing me. Miss Moore, I'm consumed with jealousy. I must know the truth, and you're the only one who can tell me.
I don't get you, Mr. Hendricks.
Miss Moore, I'm going out of my mind with the brooding and uncertainty of this thing.
Oh, that's terrible, Mr. Hendricks.
My law practice is suffering. I'll wind up by losing all my money.
Oh, you mustn't do that, Mr. Hendricks. You know something?
No. What is it?
Oh, honest, Mr. Hendricks, I wouldn't tell this to another soul. You know Carmen's my best girlfriend.
Oh.
But you're such a swell guy. Well, I think you should know. But to tell you the truth, I don't think Carmen appreciates you. That's what.
Miss Moore, if there is another man, someone Carmen really loves, I'd force myself to step aside. It's her happiness.
Oh, well, I ain't saying she has. I just say Carmen has got an awful swell head since she got the lead in the Bird of Paradise number. She thinks she's some punkins. And I'm only saying I don't think she appreciates a high-class gentleman like you.
Thank you, Miss Moore. Have you seen Carmen today?
No, I haven't. Have you seen her?
No, I don't trust myself to see her. Goodness knows what I would do feeling this way.
Oh, Mr. Hendricks, you're all worked up. And I don't blame you. Say, I have to leave you. I hate to leave, but I gotta go. It's getting late, and the dinner show goes on before long, you know.
Tell Carmen I'll be over to the El Bravo tonight and give her a last chance to prove herself.
Oh, I'll sure give her your message, Mr. Hendricks. I sure will.
I knew Carmen had not been receiving attentions from another man, but if I could get Miss Moore to testify in court, I could use her to convince the jury that I was jealous of Carmen, but that I loved her and wanted her alive, not dead. This would make my case airtight. I then made another telephone call. This was to Carmen's apartment.
Hello?
Hello, is Miss Carmen Brown in?
I'll ring her apartment. I'm sorry, she doesn't answer.
Well, this is Mr. Hendricks calling. Hasn't she been in at all? I've been trying to get her all day.
She hasn't come in while I've been here, Mr. Hendricks.
How long is that?
About 3 hours.
Thank you. I'm coming over there. Tell her if she comes in, will you? This would strengthen my apparent effort to contact Carmen. It was a bold stroke, this, to go back to her house. I approached the switchboard operator.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hendricks.
Oh, has Miss Brown come in since I called on the phone?
I haven't seen her. I'll ring her apartment again. She still doesn't answer.
Well, please give her this note when she comes back.
All right, Mr. Hendricks. I'll see that she gets it.
I handed her the note. It read, "Darling, if you're innocent, Don't torture me anymore. Give me a chance to believe you. I'm willing to forget what I heard or thought I heard over the phone. As ever, Lou. This, too, would throw suspicion on another suitor. Not only had I established an alibi for myself, but also I had succeeded in pointing a finger at a suspected rival. I saw myself looking winningly at the jury while my defense counsel continued to address them.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if the defendant Lou Hendricks had known Carmen Brown lay dead in her apartment, would he have written such a note? The testimony reveals, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that the defendant strongly suspected that Carmen Brown was receiving attentions from a suitor, but he did not know that this very afternoon this creature had entered her apartment, struck her down, and killed her, while the defendant was still trying to seek her out and forgive her.
My alibi was now complete. I had every angle worked out. I summed up my case. It was perfect. From my superior legal knowledge, my vast experience, I had built a perfect case for myself. I was very pleased. My case was ready. I had an excellent dinner, really excellent. I then put in another phone call to Carmen's apartment. I was ready to hear the news of the finding of the body. At the news of the crime, I would rush right over and act my part of the thoroughly grief-stricken suitor. This would be the finishing touch, a final flourish, as it were.
Miss Brown does not answer.
Crime had evidently still not been discovered. I decided the best course would be to go to the El Bravo Club. I was well known there. I'd order coffee and dessert and wait there until Carmen's absence was noticed and her murder discovered.
Good evening, Mr. Hendricks. Right this way,
Oh,
sir.
good evening, George. Hello there. How are you? Hello, Lenore. Hi, Kay. David O. Blood.
So I said to him, look, if you think I'm going to sit around here.
Oh, come on.
Blonde, can't you think of anything but blonde?
Oh, honey, come on. Let's go home.
Oh, not yet, sugar. Floor, sugar.
Oh, the famous criminal lawyer, Lou Hendricks.
Oh, our ex-college hero, Eddie White. Product of the higher education. Looking him over, I see.
Yeah, mind if I sit here?
Well, this is the entertainer's table. I have no monopoly on it.
And I'll sit down. By the way, Hendricks, I didn't know you were such a movie fan.
Just what do you mean?
Saw you going into the Palace Theater this afternoon.
You did? Just what time was that?
What time? Ooh, a little after 4, I should say.
You're crazy. You think you saw me going to the Palace after 4? Why, I came out at 4:20 after seeing the whole show.
I don't care what you say. I saw you going in at 4:15, to be exact. I was going to say hello, but you weren't looking my way. How'd you like the picture? Ought to be in your line, all about one of those crooked legal sharks.
And you say you saw the defendant Lou Hendricks going into the theater at 4:15?
Yes, sir, I did.
The surprise witness that I had been so carefully guarding against. Here he was, sitting opposite me in the person of all people, Eddie White. In a flash, I could see all the evidence I had planted turning against me. The prosecution would take it apart piece by piece. The all too obvious false mechanism of my alibi. There was no alibi. I had no case. Eddie White's simple statement of the time, 4:15, revealed all of my subsequent actions as those of a thoroughly guilty man. Look, White. It must have been somebody else you saw.
Listen, don't tell me. I saw you looking around, buying your ticket and ducking in. I know it was 4:15 because I had a date outside. And don't get excited. It wasn't with Carmen.
That's a lie.
What's that?
I said you're lying. You didn't see me.
Oh, that's what you said, is it? Listen, I never liked you, and I don't take that kind of talk off a guy I got no use for. Get that?
You're a liar. You're a liar. You're not but a numbskull, a perennial drop kicker. Once a drop kicker, always a drop kicker.
Oh, you little shyster.
Take your hands off my collar. Let me go. Take your hands off me.
Calling me a liar, huh? You little shyster. You no good little shyster.
Somehow, I don't know how or when, I had taken the gun out of my pocket. Carmen's gun. The gun I was going to dispose of. I was holding it in my hand. It had exploded. No one heard the shot through the blare of the orchestra. A new number of the floor show was starting. Everyone's attention was focused on the dance floor. The chorus girls were coming out for the Bird of Paradise number, and everything was a little blurred, a little hazy. I looked at the girls as they came forward. Leading the chorus, I saw Carmen Brown. She was dancing. This could not be. I grew sick. I shut my eyes, and I opened them again. It was no hallucination. It was Carmen. Under her ear, at the back of her head, I saw strips of court plaster. Now, I knew then what had happened. I'd left her apartment without taking a second look at her. Evidently, the blow had merely knocked her out. She must have regained consciousness and called for a doctor. It was as simple as that. She was alive now and dancing. Lou Hendricks, the shining legal intelligence. I had built a perfect alibi to exonerate myself of a murder which had never occurred. While across the table, slumped in a chair opposite me, was the body of a man for whose murder I had no defense. Every step of my carefully built alibi, my perfect case, would help to convict me of the killing of Eddie White. This time I had no alibi. This time there was no possible defense. This time, when the judge asked the foreman if they'd reached a decision, there could be only one reply.
Yes, Your Honor, we have. We find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Suspense, which originally aired Thursday, May 2nd, 1946, 75 years ago today, from the ABN Reel-to-Reel Library. This episode of Suspense originally aired Sunday, July 27th, 1958.
And now, The Steel River Prison Break, starring Bartlett Robinson. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It was set for Friday. And I mean set. We thought of everything. Cronin would be waiting in a speedboat under the wall. We'd make it during the recreation period. Some of the boys would start a rhubarb in the far corner of the yard, and we'd be up and over and in the river before the guards missed us. And Tuesday night, the radio changed everything.
Flood stage is expected at midnight. Rain is still falling in the upper watershed. Flood warnings have been issued along the waterfront here in Frickburg. Elsewhere, rising waters are reported in the upper Allegheny and Monongahela.
That does it. What? The flood. Did you hear that, Moish? Moish?
Huh?
Did you hear that on the radio?
Yeah, I heard it.
So it's raining outside.
Yeah, and it's raining up the river, and it's raining in the mountains.
Yeah, and we're mighty lucky to be nice and warm in a comfy little old prison cell.
We gotta move up the timetable.
Huh? What are you talking about?
We walk out of here tomorrow night. Thursday morning latest.
How come?
Cronin won't be here first till Friday afternoon.
Listen, by midnight tomorrow, this prison will be an island surrounded by the biggest flood since 1886.
Very interesting.
I don't know much about these things. We don't ever get much water on the Rio Grande.
Well, I know. I was born half a mile from here. I know the floods. I was raised on them. Flooded out twice a year when I was a kid, every fall and every spring. By tomorrow night, this cell block will be a swimming pool.
That'll be a change.
Tomorrow night, we go.
But what about Cronin?
Cronin ain't gonna get here in this flood.
I don't think we ought to risk it, Bragg.
There ain't any risk. You don't know how it is when there's a flood. People go crazy. We get out of here, we act like any other characters trying to get to high ground. Only we head for my house, get a change of clothes, and we're on our way. We'll be at Cronin's joint in Youngstown before he could ever get started.
I don't know, Bragg.
If you're going with me, you'll go when I say so. And I say tomorrow.
But, Bragg...
What, Runt?
I can't swim.
We already had a gun. Don't matter how. Cronin got it into me. It's hid behind the tubes in my radio. I got this radio in my cell because I've been such a model prisoner. Me. And this was one program I didn't want to miss a word of. Anyway, you couldn't get anything else. All the rest of that day, all night, the next morning.
Now 41 feet 6 inches and rising.
Holy!
Attention, please.
That's 4 feet above flood stage.
Water Street and 4th has given way. All residents of the Brownsville district are advised to evacuate their homes at once.
Here we go. Huh? Brownsville. That's what they call the neighborhood around here. Hey, Moish.
Yeah, Bragg?
Are you getting this?
Every word.
It won't be long now.
Bragg, look.
What?
The floor at the end of the sail block.
Water. Trickle of water. I told you that means there's a foot and a half or 2 feet out in the yard.
A boat to 42 Watson Alley.
Hey, the lights went out.
Turn the lights on. Come on, you guys. What are you doing? Come on, turn the lights down.
Quiet in here. Turn on the lights. Turn on! Listen to me. There ain't any lights. Dynamo's flooded out. You men, there'll be 6 feet of water in this cell block by morning.
Come on, get us.
Where are you taking us, Lefty? We're moving this Doga County jail. It's on high ground. Get to the county. You'll be safe there until the water drops. You'll be in the drunk tank on the 4th floor. I object. All right, now, let's make it snappy. The water's rising 2 feet an hour. I'm going to open the doors. Form in a line and follow me. And no funny business.
You all set, Runt?
Yeah.
Moish?
Set. You forgot.
No, I didn't.
Ain't you going to tape it to your leg?
It goes into my belt. We're going to need it in less than 3 minutes. Now stick close to me.
All right, now, line up. Let's go. This way, men. The buses are right here at the gate. All right, come on there. Keep it moving.
Runt.
Yeah.
Fatty by the gate. I'll take him from behind. You get his gun.
Right.
All right, let's go, man. Make it snappy.
You get Lefty, I'll get Riley.
Hey, what about me?
Runt, shoot straighter. Just keep with me.
All right, come on, boys. We got all night now. Snap it up. Come on, get the lead out.
What?
You got the gun, Runt?
Got it.
Hey, get back in the line.
You make me.
Oh, stand right where you are. Don't let anybody move.
Get behind me, Runt.
Filthy.
Go on, shoot, Lefty. Fatty makes a good chest protector. Relax, Fatty. You might not get hurt.
Drop that can, Pride, and your gun.
I just might drop you, Lefty.
You know what that'll get you.
Sure. But what's the difference? 1 guard or 2 guards? It's the same hot seat.
We better move, Frank. Every screw in the place will be down here now.
Yeah, let's go, boys.
In a moment, we continue with the second act of Suspense.
Memo on medals. Interesting information about our military awards and decorations. Campaign medals were authorized by Congress in 1905 for all officers and men engaged in specified wars and military action, including such widely divergent battles as the Civil War in the United States and the Boxer Rebellion in China. The Navy and Marine Corps have a special Manila Bay Medal for members of the United States Asiatic Squadron under command of Commodore George Dewey in May of 1898. The Haitian Campaign of 1915 is commemorated with a medal, as is the Santo Domingo Expedition, which suppressed a revolt in that country and preserved order during elections in 1916. The Army has its Mexican Service Medal for those involved in any of several expeditions or engagements from April 12, 1911 through June 16, 1919. There is also the Army of Cuban Pacification Medal for United States troops who, from October of 1906 to April of 1909, helped establish a stable government in that island nation. The Victory Medal was initially awarded to all United States service personnel in World War I expeditionary forces, including, for the first time, women serving in the military units. There is a story behind every American medal, a proud story of devotion to country and unselfish service to keep it strong and free.
And now, starring Bartlett Robinson, Act 2 of The Steel River Prison Break.
We splashed up Ohio Street, and there wasn't anyone following us. The screws were too busy getting the other cons into the buses. They couldn't have found us anyway, because we lost ourselves behind the swinging doors of Hurley Heath Saloon, where I used to rush the growler for my old man. We were in pretty good shape. I hadn't used my own gun yet, and Runt had 3 rounds left in the guard's gun. So we just stood there in the dark with the water lapping around our knees and watched the buses loaded with stir-birds pull out one by one for the Conestoga County Jail. We had it made. We got it made, boys.
Yeah, so far. What do we do now, swim? I told you I can't swim.
We ain't gonna walk, that's for sure. My ma's house is 10 blocks closer to the river. This water's going up, not down.
It stinks.
Sure it stinks. Floods always stink. You should smell what it's like when the water drops. Only we won't be here to smell it.
Hey, listen. Hey, where's our radio coming from?
That's a rescue boat.
Maybe you'll rescue us.
That's what I'm counting on, Runt. You let me handle it. Just you two act like you was a little tight. Hey, Mac! Over this way!
Where? Duck, he's using a searchlight.
Just stay behind the swinging doors.
Over here at Hurley Heath. What are you doing here? They took the last guy out of here a half hour ago.
Yeah, we was in the back room with a pitcher of beer. We wasn't ready to leave yet.
You're lucky I cut through this way. Now that the cons are out of the pen, this entire area's been cleared. You guys might have drowned.
Yeah, I guess we might have.
Here, take my hand. Up you go. Thanks, mister. Boy, never saw so much rain in all my life. All aboard?
Yep.
Yeah, then let's... Hey, what kind of suits is that? Say, you guys are kind.
That's right, buddy. All right, take off his windbreaker, Runt.
Huh?
Strip him. I want to cover this number on my back.
Oh, yeah, sure. Give me a hand, boss. There you are, Bray.
Good. Over the side with it.
Huh? You ain't gonna...
No, I ain't gonna. You are. Over the side.
Bray, that's murder.
Look who's talking. You shot a guard 10 minutes ago. What was that? Target practice? Over the side.
Okay, Bray.
Okay, you two. Hit the deck out of sight. Here we go.
Hey, where we going, Bragg?
My ma's house. We're on Ohio Street now. We turn left onto Liberty, and 8 blocks from here, we're home. Oh, turn up that radio. Here's Liberty Street now. Hang on, boys.
Hey, take it easy, Bragg. Watch out, Bragg. There's a boatload of people ahead. Get down, Ron. Get down.
Bragg, you ran down that boat.
Yeah, I know.
There were women on it and kids.
That's their tough luck.
We gotta go back.
We can't go back. Hey, where's Run?
Huh? Run. Run! Hey, where are you?
Get down, Moish. Now stay out of sight.
But he ain't here.
He must have fell out when we hit that boat.
We gotta go back for him.
We can't, Moish.
He's got the gun.
He had the guard's gun. I still got mine with a full clip.
Yeah, but Bragg, he can't swim.
I know.
Maybe the water ain't deep there, huh? Maybe he can walk.
Are you kidding? Look at those storefronts. There's 15 feet of water under us. We tied up to the front porch roof of Ma's house. It didn't take long to rip the radio and the battery out of that launch, kick a hole in her bottom, and sink her on Ma's front yard. We needed the radio. I wanted to know whether the boys were looking for us or for flood victims.
And Henry Roy, your services are desperately needed in Frickburg. Attention all units of the National Guard.
They were looking for flood victims, with people drowning and typhoid threatening and the water supply cut off and the phone lines out and the National Guard and Army called in. No one was thinking much about 3 escapees. I mean 2. Ma wasn't home, Natch. She was an old hand at floods. When that water hits 35 feet at the Ohio Avenue Bridge, Ma always lights out for Aunt Carrie's in Mount Austin and sits it out. But everything was snug on the 2nd floor, and my room was just like I'd left it. So Moish and I hit the sack, hoping the water wouldn't come any higher. Hey, Moish.
Huh?
Well, come on, rise and shine, wake up.
Hey, what are you doing in my cell?
This ain't a cell, you jerk.
No? Oh, where am I?
You're in my ma's house, remember? We ain't stirring no longer.
Yeah.
Well, come on, get with it. Look out the window.
All right, I'm hungry.
Oh, who ain't? Look at that.
What?
It stopped raining. The water's dropping. You can see the parlor windows on the house across the street.
So,
by this afternoon, we can move.
I'm hungry.
Well, you're going to be hungrier. Ma's kitchen will be 3 inches deep in muck.
Hey, when this water drops, they'll be looking for us.
And we won't be here. By midnight tonight, we'll be in Cronin's joint in Youngstown.
How?
You're here, ain't you?
Yeah.
Then don't ask how. Just take my word for it. We'll be there. By 5 o'clock that afternoon, we were plenty hungry. But we could stand a little more of that, because the water had drained out of the street and the people were beginning to drift back to their homes, picking their way through the ankle-deep muck. It was time for us to move. Moish and I put on a couple of my best suits while the radio droned on and on.
The flood crest is well past Frickburg and is expected to reach Steubenville tonight and Cincinnati tomorrow night.
Sweetheart, we're in business. Steubenville and Cincinnati. The cops over in Ohio will be so busy they'll never see the all-points flash about us.
Yeah, mud's going to ruin your pretty pants.
Turn up the cuffs and let's go.
At the temporary morgue in the McCandless School.
Hey,
Positive identification.
they turned my old schoolhouse into a morgue. Listen.
Gerda Brem. Mrs. Mary? Correction. That's Mrs. Margaret Bragg.
Margaret Bragg? That's my ma.
In a moment, we continue with the 3rd act of Suspense.
We have, together, ample capacity and freedom to defend freedom. This is NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. NATO possesses a shield of well-equipped, highly trained land and sea forces, plus tactical air support and special units. The NATO shield extends from north of Norway to the eastern mountains of Anatolia in Asian Turkey. complete disposition of forces is covered by a radar warning system, plus a perfected network of telecommunications, enabling the Supreme Commander to direct operations with extreme rapidity over a 2,000-mile front. The United States of America is a part of NATO. You should be aware of and alert to the programs and objectives of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
And now, starring Bartlett Robinson, Act 3 of The Steel River Prison Break.
Maybe it was a mistake. It wouldn't be the first time they'd made mistakes like that. Or maybe it was a trick. Maybe the warden put out that flash to trap me. But maybe it was on the level. I had to know if my mother was dead. I had to be sure. So Moish and I sloughhed through the mud up to our ankles, but not out on the Youngstown Road. I was headed for the schoolhouse. And Moish, well, he's a good kid. He come along. They were stretched out in the assembly hall. Row on row of them, on cots, covered with sheets. In the assembly hall where us kids used to pledge allegiance to the flag and sing America the Beautiful.
Bragg,
Yeah,
even if they got her here, maybe it's a trap.
I gotta be sure. I gotta see her.
Yeah, I know.
If you want to get out, you go. It's okay with me.
No. I'm sticking, but you keep your eyes open.
Yeah, sure.
What's the tag on that one say?
Kpnl, Luigi.
This here one, it's unidentified.
Leroy, Sarah Jean. I went to school with her father.
Here, pal. Bragg. Mrs. Margaret.
Turn down the sheet, will you, Moish?
Yeah, sure.
Ma.
All right, Bragg, put your hands up.
Bragg, Sletsy, the head guard.
Down behind his cot.
Come on, Bragg, give yourself up. Let's not make any more trouble for these people. They've had enough.
I didn't get this far to give myself up in no lousy morgue. Moish, that door behind his cot. Let's go.
Yeah, okay.
Come on, kid.
Where's this lead?
To the balcony, above the swimming pool. This way.
All right.
Come on. Now, come on. We gotta make it across the catwalk by the high diving board.
Okay. Go ahead. I'll follow you.
Okay, Moish, come on. We gotta get out through here.
Yeah, right.
Stand where you are, Moish.
Nuts to you, Lefty.
No!
Moish!
You're next, Bragg.
Why, you dirty...
You ready to come now, Bragg?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Hold out your hands. Okay, let's go.
Lefty.
Yeah?
Can I say goodbye to my ma before I go?
Yeah, I suppose so.
How did it happen, Lefty? How did she drown?
Didn't you read her tag?
No.
Seems the rescue boat she was in was capsized by an unidentified launch at the corner of Ohio and Liberty Streets last night.
You're lying.
That's what the tag says, sort of a hit-and-run pilot.
You're lying. I was running that launch.
Oh, you were? Well, like you said last night, Bragg, what difference does it make if you kill two instead of one? It's the same a hot seat, ain't it?
Suspense, in which Bartlett Robinson starred in The Steel River Prison Break, written, produced, and directed by William N. Robeson. Supporting Bartlett Robinson in The Steel River were Prison Break, Barney Phillips, Jerry Hausner, Jack Moyles, Sam Pierce, Eddie Firestone, and Norm Alden. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with The Voice of Company A. Another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
From the ABN Reel-to-Reel Library. You just heard an episode of Suspense, which originally aired Sunday, July 27th, 1958. Stay tuned for Mystery and Thrillers, next on ABN.
You're listening to Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, playing a daily schedule of vintage radio genres and matching today's date in history when available. Visit radio.macandmind.com for a schedule. We now present Mystery and Thrillers on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of The Clock, which originally aired Sunday, May 2nd, 1948, 73 years ago today.
From Hollywood, The Clock stars Kathy and Elliott Lewis, the airwaves' most distinguished acting couple, and is produced and directed by radio's master of the art of suspense, William Spear.
Sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. From the 42nd Bank and Trust Company, where Jane Evans used to work, you can hear the clock atop Amy Semple McPherson's Angelus Temple.
It happened the morning after I became engaged to Harold. I got to the bank a little early that morning, hoping I'd be able to see him for a minute before we opened for business. And sure enough, Harold was just hanging up his hat and coat when I came in the door. You see, I'm one of the junior tellers at the main branch here in town. Or rather, I was. And Harold is assistant manager. That's how we met. So this morning, I didn't stop at my own cage, but went right on through the gate and walked up quietly behind Harold. Hello, darling.
What?
Why, Mr. Osborne, don't you remember me? I'm the girl.
Jane, please.
Good morning, Mr. Osborne.
Oh, good morning, Johnson.
Good morning, Miss Evans.
Miss Evans, would you step into my office for a moment?
Why, certainly.
Jane, really, you mustn't. I mean,
What? I didn't do anything. I just
but suppose someone had overheard. Don't you see?
Well, Harold, what if they had? They'll know about it in a day or two anyway.
But that's just the point, my dear. They mustn't.
They mustn't? But we're going to tell our friends, aren't we?
Jane, I thought you understood all that. You know how the bank frowns on office romances. After we're married, it'll be different.
But, Harold, this is different. We're engaged.
Nevertheless, my dear, the policy of the bank distinctly says...
phooey on the policy of the bank. This is our business.
But, Jane, the bank is my career. And I'm only thinking
of the bank. And I'm thinking of our life together.
Jane, please be practical. In my position here, I simply must live up to the standards that the bank says...
The bank. Sometimes I wish I could meet somebody, just somebody who hated banks. It wasn't a very good way to start off an engagement. Or even to start off a day's work, for that matter. I went back to my cage feeling miserable. And I got out my cash for the day, including a little package of 25 $1,000 bills that a client of ours always called for on Friday. We never asked why. That isn't the bank's business. And I unlocked my cash drawer and put the money away. Then it was 10 o'clock, and I opened my window for business. There weren't many people in the bank yet, but at my window, there were two men. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can I help you?
Yeah. This is a stick-up. Just take it easy and do what we tell you, and you won't get hurt. But my friend here's got a gun under that newspaper he's carrying.
Gun? And I'd love to use it, sister.
What do you want me to do?
Here's a paper bag. Fill it up.
Yes. All right.
And don't forget those 25 G notes that George Oliver calls for every Friday.
The what?
Don't stall.
We know all about him. That's one reason we're here.
Don't make any funny moves, sister, because if you do, it tightens.
I'd often wondered what I'd do if this ever happened, but now I couldn't even think. As I fumbled with the money, I looked at the two men. One of them was about 35, dark hair, square jaw, hard blue eyes. The other, the one with the gun, was a nervous, evil-looking boy, about 21. I knew that they meant everything they said. I glanced sideways for just a minute towards Harold's office. And as luck would have it, he was just coming out the door. Must have seen... And something was wrong because he started right over to my window.
Come on, sister, slap into it.
I'm trying to hurry.
The paper only. Never mind the change.
That's right.
Who's that coming over here?
That's Mr. Osborne, the manager.
All right. Just don't try to make any bright conversation. I'll do the talking.
Yeah. Is there anything I can do here, Miss Evans?
Yes. Just stand right where you are and keep quiet.
What?
Harold, it's...
Don't look so hurt. You've heard of banks being held up before, haven't you?
Oh.
Come on, miss. Hand it over. We haven't got all day.
Here you are.
Thanks.
We ought to take her along,
Don't
Frank.
be crazy. Come on.
We ought to take her. No. You can't do that. Miss Evans is one of my most trusted employees.
And I'm his fiancée.
Oh, you are,
Jane?
Now, I know we're going to take her along.
You're a fool, Sonny.
Yeah? Well, Harold here don't think I'm so dumb, do you, Harold? Because you know what happens to your girlfriend if you set the cops on us?
No.
Yeah. Curtains. Come on.
Don't do anything, Harold. I'll be all right. Right. I'll be all right. Why would I tell a couple of bandits who came in to hold up the bank that I was engaged to Harold? Particularly when Harold was the manager of the bank. Oh, it was crazy. But there were a lot of crazy things I did that day that I didn't understand myself until later. Naturally, when I told them that, they took me along as a hostage. Well, the next thing I knew, I was sitting in the front seat of a big blue car beside the one called Frank, and the other one called Sonny. It tied a blindfold over my eyes. Once we drove in somewhere, and for 15 or 20 minutes there was a lot of banging and clattering around the car. Then we drove on. At first, I was too frightened to even breathe. And then I began to get angry. Just what do you think you're going to do with me?
Tell you the truth, I haven't quite made up my mind.
Yeah? Well, I have.
Shut up, Sonny.
Look, I demand that at least you take this silly blindfold off.
Oh, no, we couldn't do that, baby. And you might see how we'd strip this car down just now and change the hood and the fenders.
Shut
and
up,
the plates.
Sonny. You talk too much.
What's the difference? She ain't going to be around.
I said shut up.
What's the matter? You getting soft?
No. But a bank rap's enough without having some trigger-happy punk of a kid.
You better not talk to me that way.
I'll talk to you any way I want to. Watch out the back, cops.
Huh? Cops? You don't think the little lady's boyfriend is going to...
I didn't want to bet too much on it. Would you, Miss Evans?
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. Is that at least all I know Harold isn't a cowardly, bullying...
I'm sure Harold is the perfect gentleman. I got a hunch he's also the perfect banker.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You just don't want to admit what I'm talking about. Which is that in spite of anything that might happen to you, Harold will turn us in.
And have me... He wouldn't.
No? Maybe we can check on that. I'll turn on the radio.
What's that going to prove?
Short wave.
Yeah. You see? All the latest equipment for bank robbers, sweetheart. That's us.
R-17-17. Disturbance at 8th and Pico. Disturbance at 8th and Pico. See motel proprietor. 1-7, Roger.
Well.
All units. Attention, all units.
Uh-huh.
2 unidentified men wanted for holding up a main
Right.
branch of 42nd Bank and Trust Company and kidnapping woman
How do you
employee.
like that?
Name, Jane Evans.
That's
Caucasian.
30 double...
Last seen wearing light blue dress, black shoes.
He done it.
Hair, blue eyes.
He done it, Frank.
See what I mean, Miss Evans?
Well, it was his duty. Why?
Nothing. No reason at all. Just a question of who rates the most with a guy, I guess. His boss or his woman.
All right.
All right, he asked for it.
I shouldn't.
Told him what I'd do.
What? What are you going to do?
Well, Miss Evans, I think we'll drive up this little side road here and let you out.
Oh?
Shouldn't have any trouble hitching a ride back. If you do, just try what Claudette Colbert did in that picture.
Huh?
Remember?
You kidding?
You heard what they said. There was nothing but excess baggage anyway. Now she's just another way they can identify us.
Yeah, all right, but that don't mean we let the guy get away with it. I told him what I'd do to her. If he squawked, then I'm going.
You're going to do what I tell you.
Yeah? Well, if I'd known you were so yellow.
And what was that you said, Sonny?
All right, Frank, but I'm not going to... Cops!
They're turning in here. Give me a gun, Sonny. Get down on the floor under that blanket.
Here, I'll plug him, Frank.
Give me that gun and get down on the floor.
You're nuts. They'll get us, Frank.
I know what I'm doing. You do what I tell you. That's right. And keep covered up and keep quiet. Take off the blindfold, Miss Evans.
Look here, if you
now
think
you're
that
going to kiss me. And you better make it good.
What?
Because this gun's going to be right in your ribs. All right, now.
I'm going to do nothing.
Oh, you kind of startled me, officer.
What are you doing here?
Well, if you must know, I'm getting engaged. Is there anything wrong with that?
Let me see your license.
We haven't got the license yet.
Your driver's license.
Oh, sure. What's the matter?
Just let me see your license.
Yeah, here you are. You looking for somebody?
There's a couple of guys who held up a bank, kidnapped a girl.
Is that right?
Young lady got any identification?
Well,
Go on, tell him, honey. You see, we left town in sort of a hurry. You might call it a sort of elopement.
Sort of elopement, huh?
Yes.
Well, I guess you're all right. But you know you shouldn't be parking in here in the broad daylight like this.
Oh, yeah, but you know how it is.
Yeah, sure, I know how it is.
Sure. Wait a minute. All right, you can come up for air now, Sonny. They're leaving.
You sure?
Yeah. Well, Miss Evans, I'm afraid that under the circumstances, you'll have to put up with our company a little longer. Now, it wasn't as bad as all that, was it? Well, was it?
She slaps him right in the puss.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah. I guess it does.
That was crazy, too. Here I was, my life completely in this big ape's hands. And I had to slap his face. I knew I'd made him angry, and what was even more dangerous, I'd hurt his pride. But there was nothing to do about it now. For a long time, we just drove along at anything. And nobody... We were crossing a stretch of desert heading towards a mountain range. We just passed through a little town. I saw the car pull out of a side road as we flashed by, but neither of the two men did. And all of a sudden, my mind began to race, thinking that maybe now was coming my chance to escape, wondering what I could do. Then my blood ran cold again. The way they were talking.
We still heading for the same place, Frank?
Yeah.
The mountain place?
That's right.
What about Miss Spitfire here?
I'll take care of that when the time comes.
She knows too much.
That's right.
See, if I thought you was getting soft, Frank,
What would you do?
you know what we gotta do, don't you?
Yeah.
Where?
Well, not right out here in the open desert. That's a cinch.
The mountains?
Yeah. Maybe the mountains.
Maybe. It better not be no... Hey, cops again. Look, right behind us.
Yeah. Those others must have got to think of things over.
Cops. In the middle of the desert and no one in sight for miles.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about this.
Sonny!
I've been waiting to do this all day.
Hey, you're crazy.
Oh, crazy. We get them before they get us, that's all. They're shooting back. You know they got a fight in the heads now.
And so have we. Shoot at their tires, you hear?
Okay. Frank, they hit us.
And that's not supposed to happen the way you saw it in the movies, huh? You.
Me?
Yeah, you. Get down on the floor.
What are you going to do?
There's only one thing to do now. Drive light.
At first, I wasn't afraid at all. It was even a little exciting. I kept thinking that maybe in just a few minutes I was going to be rescued, and wondering what Harold would say. And at the same time, feeling the exhilaration of being in a race and wanting my side to win. Of course, that was crazy, too. Then suddenly the car took a sickening lurch. I scrambled up onto the seat again. We were out of the desert now, climbing a long, winding hill that twisted up towards the mountains. The police car was falling behind, but it was still following us. We hit another curve. I looked down. For just a minute, there seemed to be no road under my side of the car at all. Only a sheer drop down to a canyon filled with huge boulders. 100 feet below. We hit the other side of the curve and straightened out. And I was frightened now, all right. I was weak, and I was sick from fear.
Told you to stay down on the floor.
I can't. Frank, look out, please.
Get your hands away from that wheel.
You're going to kill me.
I know what I'm doing.
Stop it. Please, Frank, stop. Please.
It might be all right for you, lady, but it wouldn't be so good for me.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
Take it easy, kid. Close your eyes like you're doing the roller coaster. You'll be all right.
Oh, Frank. Frank will be killed.
What do you think I'm running for instead of fighting? Just so nobody will be killed. Not even cops.
Frank, look out.
Keep away from that wheel, I told you.
Look out.
Keep away.
Frank.
I hate
please,
to do this, but...
Please. I saw his fist rush up towards the point of my jaw, and that was all. When I woke up, it was mid-afternoon, and I was lying on a bed in a bare little room of what was obviously a mountain cabin. Through the one window, all I could see was the jumble of rocks and boulders piled up against the mountainside. And I felt my chin. It was sore. There was a little bruise on it. But aside from that, I seemed to be all in one piece. Then suddenly I heard voices. They were coming from the next room through the crack of a door left an inch or two ajar. So I crept over. I listened.
Now, don't worry. I'll handle it.
Okay. Right?
Sure. Now, go on down into town and get some grub like I told you.
Okay, Frank. You sure you don't want me?
No. Get going.
Okay, Frank.
I stood there by the door, frozen with fear. I didn't need to hear any more to know what they'd been talking about. For a second, I thought of escape, and I looked wildly over towards the window. It was too late. The door was already swinging open.
Oh. Been listening, huh?
Yes.
How do you feel?
All right.
Wow. Glad to see you're up and around.
Why? Because it's against your principles to kill women who are unconscious?
There's a path down the backside of the mountain that leads into the main highway. It's 4 or 5 miles long and pretty rugged, but you ought to be able to make it before dark if you hurry.
Oh.
That answer your question?
Yes, I guess it does.
All right, you better get going.
How do you know
Because
that
you're going to promise me not to. Aren't you?
Yes.
All you have to say is that I slugged you. That's all you remember until you woke up by the side of the road. We'll be out of here and over the border by morning anyway.
What about Sonny?
I can handle Sonny.
I guess I do owe you something after all.
Me? What?
My life.
That plays strictly for me. I just don't want that punk kid with his movie idea of cops and robbers to be hanging a murder rap on us, that's all.
You're a strange man to be a
crook. Listen, there are just two kinds of guys in the world. Right guys and wrong guys. And the wrong kind can be the usual bum with a gun in his hand. Or he can be a pillar of society that sits all day behind a big, shiny desk. He can be kind to his mother and nice to little kids. A lot of fancy excuses and reasons he gives himself. Or just no reasons at all, like me. But a wrong guy is still a wrong guy. He's no good.
Well, thanks anyway.
All right, you better get going now. By the way, I'm sorry I hit you.
That's all right. I guess I had it coming.
And I'm sorry I let you get into this mess in the first place. Look.
But what?
That kiss. I meant that.
Did you?
Yeah.
Frank. So did I.
Jane.
Frank?
Yeah, trailed us here after all.
Frank, the cops.
Yeah.
I saw him down ahead of me on the turn of the road. I just had time to turn around and get back. You still got the dame, huh?
Yeah.
I was hoping you hadn't done nothing yet. She's about the only ace we got left, Frank.
Take the south window. I'll take the west one. Don't try to go knocking them off. It'll only make it worse. Just keep them covered so they can't rush us.
Yeah, well, if I can get a clean shot at
You
one
do
of
what I tell you. Can you see them?
Yeah. Get it down behind the big rocks.
And that's as far as they can get. That's as far as they could get even if they had an army. Until it gets dark.
Frank, we could turn the car lights on them.
They'd only shoot them out.
We can hold them, Frank. We got enough ammunition
You
here.
can't eat ammunition. Maybe they can't get up, but we can't get down either. We can't stay here forever.
They'll never take me alive. They'll never take me alive.
Stop it, will you? Try using your head for a change. Yeah.
Frank, what could it be?
I don't know. The boys seem to have stopped the artillery barrage, too.
Don't answer.
Don't answer it. Are you kidding? What's the difference? You don't think we're going to kid anybody? We're not home, do you?
Frank.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, she's here. Sure, she's all right.
Frank, who is it?
It's your boyfriend, Harold.
Harold?
He came with the cops. He's on the Forest Ranger's emergency call box just down the road.
Let me talk to him.
Worried about him?
No, it isn't that, but let me talk to him.
Sure, go ahead.
Harold? Yes. Yes, so am I. No, nothing like that. They've been quite all right. Yes, of course they are. No, there's nothing to prevent them from killing me anytime they want to. Listen, Harold, all you care about is getting the money back and me, isn't it? Yes, I know. All right, wait a minute. Frank, you said you were near the border. How long would it take you to get there?
A couple of hours. One would put us in the clear.
Could you give them back the money? And me?
Will the cops go for a deal like that?
They've got to. Harold? Well, what's getting dark got to do with it? Of course you can't storm the place and expect to find me alive. Now, listen, Harold. Harold, they'll give back the money. Yes, I'll bring it down myself, but you've got to give them 1 hour's start. Well, you can just say they rescued me and the money, but the men got away. No, Harold, nothing like that. You've got to promise me, Harold, on your word of honor, your solemn word of honor. All right. They'll do it.
Okay.
Are you nuts?
It's our only chance.
Harold? All right. Yes, I'm coming down. Now.
What if she goes?
She's going. The dough's still in the paper bag. It's on the table.
Frank,
Get going.
Frank. All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Harold, just so you don't have an idea you're getting away with anything, I think you're a dirty liar.
hardly heard. I didn't even think about it. I was so relieved and still so bewildered by everything. Running down the hill with the paper bag of money clutched in my hand. And then I saw Harold crouching behind a rock. And then some policemen. And then I was around the bend, and they were all running up to me, and I just threw myself into Harold's arms.
Jane, dear. Jane.
Yeah?
Are you all right?
I'm all right, Harold. Here's the money.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's all here. All right, officer.
Okay, Chuck, let him go.
Come, my dear.
Harold. Harold, what?
Tear gas.
Tear gas?
It's quite harmless, really.
But Harold, tell them. Tell them what we promised.
I'm afraid it's out of our hands now, my dear.
Harold, you promised. You gave me your word of honor.
Of course I did.
You
but
knew.
I still...
You knew all the time you planned to do this. Stop that. Stop it.
Please, my dear, you're on the wrong.
Go.
Jane.
Stop it. Stop it.
Jane.
Stop it. Stop that. Stop it. I tried to run back, but they held me. And I had to watch. I couldn't help it. It seemed hours, but it was only minutes, I suppose. The tear gas bombs exploding around the cabin, crashing through the windows as they got the range. And then something white fluttered from the door, and they came out. The boy first with his hands in the air, and then Frank, stumbling towards us like blind men, and coughing. Those terrible, racking coughs that seemed to be tearing him to pieces. Frank? Frank?
Hello.
Frank, I didn't know. I swear to you, I didn't know.
I know. I did know. I knew before you left.
Oh, why did you let me? I wouldn't have gone if I'd known.
Because he's just the kind that would have stormed the place. Maybe I couldn't have handled Sonny.
Frank, I'll help you. I'll do everything I possibly can. Anything.
Skip it. Just take some advice, will you? Next time, be sure it's a right guy.
You know, it's funny. It's like he said. People can be honest and dishonest in so many different ways. Well, I got to the bank early the next morning, too. Harold was already there waiting for me.
Hello, darling.
Hello.
I'm so glad you're here early. There's some things I wanted to talk over with you. You know, you're quite the heroine now.
Am I?
Oh, yes. And you know, darling, I've been thinking perhaps I was a little too conscientious yesterday. About our marriage, I mean. I think perhaps you were right after all. We ought to tell them.
Harold, about our marriage.
Yes?
There isn't going to be any marriage.
Isn't going to be any?
I found out something about a girl getting married, Harold. Marriage is something you do second.
Do second?
Yes. First, you find a right guy.
From Hollywood, The Clock is produced and directed by William Spear and stars Kathy and Elliott Lewis. This evening's play was written by Robert Richards. Basil Adlam is our musical director. Next week, same time, listen again to The Clock.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of The Clock, which originally aired Sunday, May 2nd, 1948, 73 years ago today. This episode of Mysterious Traveler first aired Tuesday, May 2nd, 1950, 71 years ago today.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. And starring tonight three of radio's foremost personalities, Ralph Bell, Louis Van Rooten, and Roger de Koven in SOS.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we join three enterprising men who are in a very dire predicament. It's a story I call SOS. My story tonight is about a group of unsavory individuals at the moment discussing a little unhappily their recent past.
Yes, sir. Here we are, the three of us, adrift out here. How long is it now? How long, Mike?
Let me alone. Ask Steve. He knows everything.
Yeah, he sure does. Couldn't miss, he said. Couldn't miss. Still opportunities. You just had to recognize them. Isn't that what you said, Steve? Huh? Isn't that what you say?
Shut up, Doc. Shut up. I've had enough of you.
Look at him. Now he's going to turn on that automatic radio sender. Isn't that right,
Shut up. Shut up.
Do you really think someone's going to hear those signals? No, sir. We're adrift out here, but for good. You're wasting your time with that radio sender. No one's going to pick us up. Right, Mike?
Stop bothering me. Let me alone.
Yes. I can remember that day, Steve, when you first spilled the plan to us. Oh, you were the mastermind, all right. Remember, Steve, huh?
Yeah, I remember all right. I wish I could forget that day. Forget everything that happened. But there's no escaping it. I can see everything that happened as clear as if it were only yesterday. Yeah. I remember the way I walked into the office. Mike and Doc were sitting there, waiting for the bad news.
Well?
Farson got a life sentence. The rest got 10 to 20 years.
Great.
Just great.
I just can't get over it. Just can't. Things were running so smoothly. The syndicate was cleaning up, and then this happens.
The three of us were pretty lucky. Not being indicted with the others?
Yeah. If we hadn't been in South America, handling that end, we'd have gotten it in the neck, too.
I still do not understand. How could they smash the syndicate overnight? There were no records. Farson took every precaution.
Let's face it. The day for guys like us is over. The cops have science on their side. They're using every trick in the book.
Yeah, you're right.
Television, radar, infrared cameras, electro detectors, light beam alarms, and 101 other scientific gimmicks.
Yes, you are right. They have learned to move so fast that they have taken all the profit out of the rackets.
They sure have. I just wish I had a small part of all that dough I once made. Where did it go? Lawyers, bail, protection. I haven't got a cent left.
Neither have I. What about you, Steve?
I've still got a few grand left.
Well, the way science is turning the heat on, it looks like we'll have to turn honest. whether we want to or not.
Look, I've been working on an angle. What about sticking around for a couple of more days?
Get wise, Steve. The cops are ready for everything these days. There aren't any more angles.
I tell you, I've got one. I just need a little more time to work it out. What do you say?
Well, it cannot do any harm to listen.
How much time do you need?
2 days. Meet me here the day after tomorrow. I'll lay out the whole plan for you.
Well, Steve, you still got an angle? Or did it blow up in your face?
For the past 48 hours, I've been going over it, detail by detail. And it still looks good.
Well, what is the job? Let's have it.
The lifting of $5 million worth of uncut Martino diamonds from the SS Europe.
What? You must be out of your... Why on earth would they want me to take over that boat? It has a crew of over 300.
This plan of mine can be worked with 3 men. Us.
This I've got to hear. Just how would you go about it, mastermind?
All right. 2 weeks from tonight, the SS Europe will be docking in London with 5 million in uncut diamonds and a shipment of 3,000 pounds of uranium under pressure.
3,000 pounds of uranium under pressure?
What are you getting at?
A half hour before the Europe lands, I go to the captain's quarters. You, Mike, you go to the radio communication office. And you, Doc, you go to the special room where the uranium is stored under pressure.
Then what?
I tell the captain that I have 1 man in control of radio communication and another in the uranium storage room. And unless he turns over the diamond shipment to me, a bullet will be fired into the uranium compressor, blowing up the ship.
You really expect the captain to fall for that? Why, he'll call your bluff. Dare you to blow up the ship with us on it.
Of course he will. A threat like that would never work.
You're wrong. You're wrong there. Psychologically, we've got the edge on the captain. Maybe we're willing to die, too. With a crew of 300 and twice as many passengers, he just wouldn't risk it.
Perhaps you're right. After all, his first duty is to his passengers and ship. He would probably figure that we wouldn't get far with those diamonds, that the police would get us in no time at all.
Of course. That's exactly the way he'd see it.
Suppose you do force him to turn over the diamonds. How would we make our getaway?
We'd use one of the ship's emergency launches.
Sure. Meanwhile, the captain of the SS Europe has radioed the police. And we walk right into their arms.
The captain won't radio the police.
No, and why won't he?
For 2 reasons. First, his radio room will be put out of commission. And second, 10 minutes after we leave the Europe, it's going to blow up.
Blow up?
The uranium.
That's right. There won't be a piece of the ship left or anyone to identify it.
5 million unfamiliar diamonds, you say, huh?
At least 5 million.
This plan of yours, Steve, is just wild enough to succeed. Yes, through sheer audacity, it might be carried off.
A job like that, it's all or nothing.
That's right. Well, what do you say, Doc?
Finding the thought of honest labor abhorrent, I'm inclined to go along with you, Steve.
What about you, Mike?
The odds are against us, but for that kind of dough, I'll risk it.
You won't regret it, Mike. All right, now here's the setup. The day after tomorrow, the SS America is outward bound. We'll be on her when it leaves.
You mean so that we can study the same layout that we'll find on the Europe?
Yes, that's right. By the time we board the Europe for the return trip, we'll know every inch of the ship. Now, we'll have to work fast. I'll take care of getting us passports under assumed names. Doc, I want you to book passage for the 3 of us on the American. Mike, you take care. 2 days later, Doc, Mike, and myself boarded the SS America using false passports. We pushed our way through the other passengers, mostly vacationists, to our cabin on V-deck. While we were unpacking, the ship's whistle blew for all visitors to leave. A few minutes later, we were on our way. During the next 3 days, we covered the ship from one end to the other, taking pictures of the layout, learning the schedules of the crew. When we walked off after the 10-day trip, we knew everything there was to know about both liners.
Passengers will kindly step this way and show their passports.
Come on, that's us.
Hope we don't have any trouble with these passports. Stop worrying, will you?
May I see your passport, please?
Here you are.
Thank you. Richard Werby, born in Boston, United States. How long do you intend to stay here, Mr. Werby?
About a week.
Have you ever been here before?
No, this is my first visit.
Our laws are quite different than those of your country. You will do well to study this booklet, which is issued by my government.
Thank you, I will.
Your passport is stamped. You may pass.
Thank you.
I trust you enjoy your stay with us. Next passenger.
My feet hurt. Why don't we go back to the hotel?
We might as well see the local sights while we're here.
So this is what all our fellow passengers came all this way to see.
This place gives me the creeps. The natives, too. Everything looks so different.
Oh, come on now. Mike, that's no way for a traveler to speak. Sure, this place is different from what you've known. But you'll find plenty to interest you here.
Yeah. Just as soon be back in New York. It's all the same to you.
Relax, Mike. Another week and you'll be back in New York.
Relax, he says. I said it didn't like placement. I like what I'm used to. This crazy birds, what do they call them anyway?
I don't know. You, Steve?
They're the national bird, called Martinos.
Martinos, yeah, look at them. Like vultures, thousands of them.
Oh, you'll get used to them.
And all these canals. Never seen nothing like it.
That's one of the great attractions here. People come from all over the earth to see these canals.
Yeah, well, they can have them.
Look at those ruins over there. The war's been over all these years, and yet they've never cleaned them up, rebuilt.
Yeah, our rocket fighters sure leveled the countryside.
No wonder the natives aren't any too friendly, huh?
Can you say that again? I'll be glad when we board to Europe. Leave this place forever.
You check all our luggage?
Yes, I went through the motions of looking like an anxious tourist. It'll be in our cabin when we go aboard.
What cabin did we get, Steve?
Cabin 32B.
32B. That's just a few feet away from the radio communications office.
That's right.
Attention, please. Attention, please. All passengers bound for London will now board the SS Europe. Departure time is 0900. All passengers for London will please board the SS Europe.
Come on. That's us. We followed the returning vacationists aboard, had our passports checked, and were shown to our cabin. It would be 10 days before we'd go into action, but already the three of us felt that sense of excitement that comes before a big job. And this would be a big job. The biggest ever. The minutes and the hours seemed to drag on that homeward trip. We checked the craft from stem to stern, and the layout was exactly like that of the SS America. The final night out, all the passengers were celebrating, none of them suspecting that they'd never see London. At 4 a.m., with the liner just 1 hour from London, the three of us went over our plans for the last time. The interminable roar of the motors in our ears. Okay, this is it. You both have your guns?
Yeah, of course.
Now, Mike, you'll take over radio communications. There'll be just one radio operator on duty. Remember now, take him quietly.
He won't let out a peep.
Good. It shouldn't take you more than a few minutes to put the radio and radar equipment out of commission. Now, make sure you don't damage the ship's intercommunication system.
Just leave it to me.
Doc, there's one crew member guarding the storage room where the uranium shipment is being kept. Once you've taken care of him, lock yourself in the storage room. Now, you don't come out until I give the signal.
I understand.
Now, have you got the demolition stick?
It's right here.
Good. Now, I've explained how it works. When I rap on the storage room door, you plant the demolition stick under the uranium compressor where they won't be able to see it.
Right.
We'll have to move fast now. That explosive will go off 10 minutes after it's set.
Will we be able to get far enough away before the explosion?
Oh, yes. The launch is on B deck, right outside the storage room. We'll be in the launch and away in a matter of seconds.
Doc, you've already checked the launch, haven't you? Yes, I just came from it. It's all set to go.
All right. That takes care of everything. Now, let's set our watches. I've got 4:26, 45 seconds. 50 seconds. 55 seconds. 4:27.
Right, check.
Okay. Let's go. The three of us left the cabin and separated on the deserted and dimly lit deck. I walked to the nearest staircase and went up to A deck. There wasn't a soul in sight as I walked to the captain's quarters. It was exactly 4:29 a.m. I lit a cigarette, waiting. On the horizon, far ahead, I could see the lights of London. I could feel the liner losing speed. At exactly 4:30, I knocked on the captain's door.
Come in. Oh, come in, Phillips. Are we ready? I thought it was Phillips, my first officer.
No, Captain. I'm merely one of your passengers.
I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me. I'm doing the control room. We'll be landing shortly.
You'll have to hear me out first,
Yes, but I've
Captain.
just told you. A gun? What's the meaning of this?
Sit down, Captain.
Now, see here.
Sit down. That's better.
Then what is it?
You're carrying $5 million in uncut Martino diamonds. I want them.
You must be out of your mind.
I'm not alone in this, Captain. At the moment, this ship is at my mercy.
Your mercy?
Yes. My men have taken over key positions on this ship.
Right. I don't believe you. That isn't possible.
No. Well, just as a test, pick up the phone and dial the radio communications office. Go ahead.
Radio Communications Office.
Who is this?
It ain't one of your crew members, Captain.
Let me have the phone. Hello, Mike.
Yeah?
Everything under control?
Couldn't be better.
Good. I'll be talking to you. Maybe now you're beginning to realize that I'm not out of my head, Captain.
You must be. You believe you can commit piracy and get away with it?
I'll get away with it, Captain, because you see you're going to help me.
I help you?
Yes, that's right. One of my men has taken over the storage room where the uranium is stored under pressure.
You can't do that. Why, that pressure machine calls for constant care of an engineer. If the pressure falls below a certain point, the uranium will explode.
Take it easy. That pressure machine is being looked after by one of my men. Nothing will happen to it. That is, if you do exactly as I say. You think I'm bluffing? You think I'm bluffing about the storage room?
Storage room?
Everything under control, Doc?
Yes.
The captain's here by the phone. Tell him what your orders are.
I am to put a bullet in the pressure machine if I don't hear from you in 15 minutes.
You heard what he said. Well?
He's bluffing. If he put a bullet in the pressure machine, uranium would blow us all up. You and your men included.
That's right. But you see, Captain, my men and I have nothing to lose. And you and the rest do.
What do you mean?
The authorities in London are waiting to arrest us. Murder. So, as I said, we have nothing to lose if we're forced to blow up the ship.
Even if I turned the diamonds over to you, how would you get away?
We take the launch on B-Dag.
I see.
You've got 13 minutes left, Captain, before my man fires that bullet. And believe me, he will.
Seems I haven't any choice.
None.
The authorities will get you for this.
Let me worry about that. You've got 12 minutes left. Now you're being sensible.
First Officer Phillips speaking.
Phillips, this is Captain Andrews.
Yes, sir.
I want you to go to the purser, have him turn over to you the consignment of uncut diamonds we're carrying. Bring them to my cabin.
Sir, we'll be landing in less than...
That's an order, Phillips.
Yes, sir.
You should be here with the diamonds in a matter of minutes.
For your sake, I hope so, Captain. I hope so.
That must be Phillips now.
Have him come in.
Come in.
I have the diamonds here, sir.
Turn them over to this man.
But, sir...
Do as I say. The safety of the ship and our passengers are at stake.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You don't mind if I look them over?
What's this all about, sir?
Seems that after many centuries, piracy has returned.
Piracy, sir?
Yes. All right, I've checked them. Now, Captain, if you and your first officer will escort me to B-Deck.
Very well. Come along, Phillips.
Yes, sir.
After you, gentlemen. Our first stop will be the radio communications office. Here we are. Come on out on deck, Mike.
Everything all right?
Yes, stuff's in this box. All right, Captain. The next stop is the special storage room.
Very well.
Did you take care of the communications office, Mike?
Yeah, they won't be sending out any messages.
Good. Ah, here we are, Captain. Doc? Doc?
Why don't he answer?
Now, the door's locked. Open up, Doc. It's us.
Dave, something's wrong.
Yeah.
Look, let's take the launch and blow out of here. It isn't our fault something happened to Doc.
You're forgetting one thing. We need Doc. He's the only one of us who knows how to navigate that launch.
Yeah. Come on, let's break down the door. Together now. Scum it. Once more. That does it.
Searchlight, try to slip away and sound the alarm. It won't be necessary, Phillips.
There's Doc, lying on the floor in there. He's out cold.
Let's get him out.
Well, the air in here. I can't breathe. This place is full of gas. Better get out of here before we pass out. Gas. That gas must have gotten Doc.
Phillips.
Yes, sir.
Disarm these two men. Have the third one on our guard taken out of the storage room when the gas disperses.
Very good, sir.
I see, Phillips, you've revived the third man, eh?
Yes, sir. The three of them are all conscious again.
And the guard?
He's all right, too, sir. Oh, we found this, sir, in the third man's pocket.
Demolition stick.
As I see it, they were going to set it before they left the ship, sir.
Blow up my ships and passengers, would they?
Shall I put them in the brig, sir?
Brig? No, Phillips. I'm not taking them into London. I'm dealing with them here. Now.
Well, I don't understand.
This launch they were going to take, have it filled with concentrated food and water. Enough to last them for years.
Very good, sir.
Then I want the launch's motor completely demolished. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
What are you going to do with us?
You've attempted a crime unheard of for centuries. Piracy. I'm going to mete out the old punishment for it. Yes, sir. I'm setting the three of you adrift.
Adrift out here? No. No, you can't.
You gotta take us into London. You got it.
They're right, sir. It's your duty to turn them over to the police. You haven't
authority to
Mr. Phillips,
pass judgment.
out here I'm the law. You carry out my orders to the letter.
Yes, sir.
Captain, give us a break, will you? Don't set us adrift.
It will be murder. That's what it will be. Murder.
Can't set us adrift out there. You can't.
I can and I will. You earned it.
How long have we been adrift out here? 2 months? 3? I guess I lost track. A long way back. Out here, with nothing but the sky to look at. Black, empty sky, blazing with stars. Time loses all meaning. The automatic radio senders keep transmitting signals, but no one listens. No one listens.
Yes, sir, Steve. Couldn't miss, could it? It couldn't miss, huh? You had everything covered, all right. All you missed was that automatic gas alarm they had in the storage
Shut
room.
up, Doc. Shut up.
Yes, sir. When that guard failed to check in, I got a good dose of that gas. Just a small detail you overlooked.
I said shut up.
You think because you're sending out those signals, someone is going to pick us up, huh?
They've got to pick us up. They've got
You
to.
fool. We are drifting further from the Earth all the time.
But they can't leave us drifting in space in this rocket launch. They can't.
No? Why not? We are 100 million miles out and going further. And has anyone come after us yet?
The Space Patrol. They'll rescue us. I tell you they will.
Never. They're letting us be examples to anyone else who tries to hijack a space liner. We're drifting out here in empty space for months. We'll drift onward till the day we die.
No, we won't. We'll be picked up, I tell you.
Yes. Why don't you get wise to yourself? This is the year 2185. Miracles don't happen anymore.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip into the year 2185? It seems that criminals of the future aren't going to have any future. Not with science pitted against them. Poor Steve, Mike, and Doc. Imagine being adrift in space in a disabled rocket launch and being completely ignored. Yes, it seems that not only doesn't crime pay today, but it's going to pay even less in the year 2185.
Oh, but that reminds me of my story for next week, The Big Dive. It's about a young man who figured out a perfect alibi for murder, and he forgot to take into account that if...
Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry.
But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, which is played by Maurice Tarplin. In the cast were Ralph Bell, Louis Van Ruten, and Roger DeKoven. Original music is composed and played by Al Kpnl. All characters in tonight's story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. Frank Waldecker speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You've just heard an episode of The Mysterious Traveler, which originally aired Tuesday, May 2nd, 1950, 71 years ago today. Stay tuned for Shandu the Magician, next on ABN.
You're listening to KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, playing a daily schedule of vintage radio genres and matching today's date in history when available. Visit radio.macandmind.com for a schedule. We now present Chandu the Magician on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. This episode of Chandu the Magician first aired Tuesday, December 14th, 1948.
Chandu the Magician. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The makers of White King granulated soap present Chandu the Magician. But before our play begins, may we say a word about a century-old tradition. The tradition of Ironing Day. Yes, Tuesday is Ironing Day in most American homes. And more than 3 generations of homemakers here in the West have discovered that clothes washed with White King are wonderfully easy to iron. That's because energetic White King suds not only wash off the surface dirt, the dirt you can actually see, they dig right down and wash out the deeply embedded dirt, the dirt you cannot see. Then they rinse away both suds and soil in your rinse water freely and completely. Yes, free rinsing White King leaves your clothes so clean, your iron glides over the surface with the greatest of ease. Your clothes iron up quickly and slick as you please. So for smoother, speedier ironing, be sure to always wash your clothes with White King. Among all wash day soaps, there is none like White King. That's why you'll say, as thousands of homemakers do, I love White King. Frank Chandler has traced his brother-in-law, Robert Regent, the internationally famous scientist, to Bayonne, near the French-Spanish border. There, in a Spanish cafe, Chandler and the Regent see Natasha, a young Basque dancer whom they had first met months ago in Egypt. With her is Vicente Gomez, a member of the sinister Dakuka Fai, brothers of jeopardy. When he sees Chandler, Gomez hastily leaves the cafe. Later, in Dorothy's room at the hotel, she looks with Chandler into the crystal. They are shown a crowded, narrow street in the Silk Bazaar in Cairo. And pushing his way through the turbaned Arabs, an American stops at a doorway beside which hangs a fluttering length of vivid green silk. He hesitates a moment, then goes in. The man is Robert Regent. The present scene opens on the train from Alexandria to Cairo. Chandu the Magician.
Look, Uncle Frank, do you suppose you can find that place in Cairo where you saw Dad?
Oh, yes, I think so, Bob.
Daddy'll be surprised to see us.
Oh, Betty, he won't be in that shop still. We saw him there yesterday.
I'm sorry, but the train's pretty crowded. Do you mind if I share your compartment?
Well, not at all.
We'll move our bags so there will be room for yours.
I'll give you a hand, Uncle Frank.
Oh, I don't need much room.
You're an American, too, aren't you?
That's right. My name's Jeff Burke.
Ours is Regent. Oh, except my uncle, Mr. Chandler.
Well, it's mighty nice to meet people from home. You all going to Cairo to see if you can get into the new ruins?
I never heard of new ruins before.
I should say newly discovered ruins, I guess.
Oh, we haven't heard of them. Near Cairo, you say?
So I understand. Not far from the Great Pyramid. The story is that there's some kind of mysterious force that keeps people out. The man who actually discovered the room says it's like an invisible wall.
Does he indeed?
Oh, it must be some native trick. But I'd like to see for myself.
Uncle Frank, maybe it's one
Bob.
of the... Yeah?
Mr. Burke would probably be more comfortable if you moved that suitcase.
I'm quite comfortable, Mr. Chandler. What were you going to say?
Well, nothing important.
Are you on your way down to Cairo just to look at the ruins?
Yes, sir. I was in Alexandria on my way back to France when I heard about them.
We've just come from France ourselves.
I reckon ladies can always have themselves a good time in Paris. Now, I like the smaller places. I was in Bayonne for about a month.
Were you? We just left there.
My family thinks I'm a black sheep, I reckon. They can't see why I don't come back to Virginia and settle down.
You've been in Europe for some time, then?
Well, yes, ever since the war. I've seen a lot of mighty funny things, too.
Well, what kind of things, Mr. Burke?
Oh, well, I reckon I thought they were queer because I'd never been out of the States before. Oh, there's the luncheon bell. If you'll excuse me.
Why, how strange.
Yes, it was indeed.
He sprang up when the bell rang as if he couldn't wait to get away.
Dot, you and the kids go into the restaurant car, will you? I'll be along in a few minutes.
All right.
It'll be fun eating Egyptian food again, won't it?
Come along back this year.
Go on, Beth. I'll shut it.
Okay.
Jeff Burke. Jeff Burke. I wondered if you'd be back, Mr. Burke.
I stepped into the next compartment. Mr. Chandler, may I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Are you Frank Chandler?
Yes, why?
I'm kind of sorry.
Oh?
I had the impression you were a different kind of a fella.
Well, that's interesting.
Mr. Chandler, you have a mighty nice family. Your sister's charming, and the little girl's a sweetie pie.
I'll pass that along to them. Thank you.
I'm violating a confidence, I guess. But I'd hate to see anything happen to him.
Well, this sounds fairly ominous, Mr. Burke.
Yes, sir. I'd hate to think that... Mr. Chandler, while you're in Cairo, don't any of you go outside the city alone.
Or what will happen?
I can't tell you. And I hope you won't say I've told you this much.
No, but you're wasting your time.
You don't believe me?
Well, speaking of time, suppose you ask me the time.
I beg your pardon?
Ask me what time it is.
But you... Well, very well. What time is it?
The clock strikes 5.
What? But you... How can you know?
You see, I do know.
But I understood that you were...
From Gomez and Bayonne?
Well, yes, sir, that you're a very dangerous man. He can't know you're a member, too.
There are a number of things Gomez doesn't know, nor others of the Dakukafi.
You are one of them, then.
In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to meet some of them in Cairo.
I'll be... You even know Roxor's there.
Roxor?
Or didn't you know it?
Well, I was surprised to hear you give him that name. You see, I always speak of him as Max Bowden. I've known him by that name so long.
Oh, yes, I understand now.
I'm not sure just where Roxor is. But I'll find someone who'll tell me that as soon as I get to Cairo.
Why, I could tell you that myself.
Oh, that...
He's in a
Fine.
small apartment back of the shop of Tufik in the Silk Bazaar. Anyone can direct you.
Yes, I know where the Silk Bazaar is.
You can always tell when he's in, because then Tufik hangs a piece of bright green silk up at the side of the door.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Burke. Thanks very much.
Robert Regent. I cannot believe my own eyes that you would come to me of your own accord, Robert.
It wasn't easy, Max.
I believe you. I remember how you cowered like a whipped dog each time I came to visit you in the ruins.
Don't, Max, don't. In the name of heaven, don't remind me of it again. If I allow myself to think of you standing over me while the guards...
I want you to think of it, Robert. Think of me as Roxor, as I am.
No, no.
You must have taken much trouble to learn where I was so you could come here and laugh at me. Because Chandler has once more...
Max, listen. That's not why I came here. Not at all.
So? Why then?
I came to remind you of the days when we were friends, working together. Surely, if I can put the years in that ruin out of my mind, you can.
You could have saved yourself all the pain if you had given me the formula.
But in the end, the formula was lost to both of us. I hope the Arab that has stored it long ago.
It will not be destroyed as long as he thinks he will find a man who will buy it.
I'd buy it from him myself if I knew where he is. If it took my last cent.
You need not fear that I will use it. I do not need it now.
I'm glad to hear that, Max. I knew that someday you'd see the folly of trying to set yourself up as a world ruler.
What are you saying? Chandler has twice blocked me. But there is another time to come.
Oh, Max.
Robert, I will tell you this. Like you, I have not forgotten the old days. I was the plodding one, the cautious one, but your mind was like a flame leaping to the end.
We worked together, Max.
You became like a talisman to me. With you, I could not fail. Robert, it could be so again. Let us destroy the stupid fools who inhabit this earth. Let us create a new civilization.
Oh, don't go over that again, Max. What right have you or I to rule this world?
Right, wrong. You talk like Chandler.
Now, listen to me. You know I've been working on a new series of experiments in Paris.
Yes, I know. Laboratory hidden away in the back street over a chemist shop.
It doesn't matter that your agents discovered it. All the notes on the new process have been turned over to the Inner Council.
I do not believe it.
I gave them to Pierre Duval in person.
Pierre Duval? So it is done.
Yes. These men know all about you, Max. You can't make a move without their knowing.
No?
It's true. Duval was the one who told me you'd come to Cairo. You can't hope to outwit them.
I am beginning to believe you. Does Chandler know you have come here?
No. I telephoned my wife from Bayonne, but I knew very well what she'd say if I told her I meant to see you.
Women cannot understand these things.
Don't take this lightly, Max. The terrible things you've planned are impossible.
You have convinced me completely. I will give them up.
Max, if you have, perhaps we can work together again someday.
If only Chandler can be convinced that I am now nothing more than a plodding scientist once again.
Disbanding your organization will convince the world.
True. And now I will tell you something more, Robert. You were speaking of the formula, the old one, for which you gave up health and 9 years of your life.
What about it?
I know where it is.
What? Where?
Even before the information came, I had decided I would not need it.
Where is it, Max?
An agent of mine has recovered it in Singapore.
But anybody might see it, and no one in the world is safe until I get it back.
You could get it, Robert. I will give you identification.
Well, of course. Write it. At once, Max. I'll be on the next plane.
You have only to show this card. I will initial it. R. Who knows? This may be the last time I shall make use of that signature. Better take it, my friend.
Thank you. I'll have to wire my wife, and then... Goodbye, Max. Where can I get in touch with you again?
I will write to you in California. I know the address, you remember.
You'll never regret this. I feel as if the weight of the world had rolled off my shoulders.
And I. Goodbye, Robert.
Goodbye, Max.
Now, before we say goodnight for Chandu the Magician, may we take just a moment for another word about White King granulated soap. Perhaps you have recently had the pleasure of installing a brand new washing machine in your home. If you have, be sure to take good care of it. And remember that no washing machine can work any better than the soap you use. We hope that your soap is White King, the first soap ever invented for washing machine use. Always a good soap, today White King is better than ever. That's why we say there is no better soap for any washer, new or old. Today, White King's creamy suds wash your clothes cleaner than ever, faster than ever. Wash off surface dirt and wash out hidden dirt. So no matter what type or brand of a washing machine you choose, may we remind you that nothing washes like soap. And there is no soap quite like White King. That's why we know you'll love White King. Chandu the Magician is based on the original radio drama created by Harry A. Earnshaw and is written by Vera Oldham.
The makers of White King invite you to listen tomorrow at this time when the story resumes. Chandu, the magician. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Chandu the Magician, which originally aired Tuesday, December 14th, 1948. This episode of Chandu the Magician first aired Wednesday, December 15th, 1948.
Chandu, the magician. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Wednesday and every weekday evening, the makers of White King Granulated Soap bring you the thrilling story of Chandu, the magician. But before our tale of magic and mystery resumes, may we say a word about the magic rule of 3 for washing dishes. If you believe, as many thousands of homemakers do, that nothing equals rich, thick, sudsy soap suds for washing dishes 3 times a day, remember these 3 things. First, you want a soap that makes plenty of rich, thick suds. White King is the soap for suds. Every tiny granule of soap goes to work making suds, and those White King suds stand up in water that feels comfortable to your hands. Second, you want a soap that washes dishes sparkling bright. When you follow a White King dishwashing with a hot water rinse, your dishes are left so very clean, so very bright, you can dry them in a jiffy. And third, you want a soap that is easy on your hands. Those gentle White King suds are wonderfully kind to pretty hands. For washing clothes or dishes, we know you'll love the soap we make. Yes, you'll love White King soap. On the train from Alexandria to Cairo, Frank Chandler and the Regents meet a young American, Jeff Burke, who tells them he is returning to Cairo to visit a newly discovered ruin near the pyramids. But Chandler suspects him of being a member of the East Indian organization Daku Kafai, the sinister Brothers of Jeopardy. By giving the countersign, the clock strikes 5, Chandler convinces Burke that he too is a member, and Burke reveals that not only is Roxor himself in Cairo, but also that he has secret rooms in the native quarter. To Chandler's dismay, he recognizes Burke's description as that of the shop in the Silk Bazaar where, in a picture in the crystal, he had seen Robert Regent. Chandu, the magician.
What happened to you, Uncle Frank? Why didn't you come into lunch?
I was busy. Now listen, we'll be in Cairo pretty soon, and Burke may be back here any minute.
What's with him anyway? You've been talking to him for over an hour.
He's involved with the Brothers of Jeopardy.
Huh?
And he thinks now that I am, too.
But, Uncle Frank, he's so nice. How could he be?
Does he know where Robert is?
Apparently, he's never heard of Robert. But, Dot, somehow between us all, we've got to keep Burke from meeting Roxor until...
Is he in Cairo?
Yes, he is. And what's more, Robert must know he's there.
You can't make me believe Robert would deliberately go to meet Roxor.
Heck no, Uncle Frank.
Why, Roxor almost killed him down in that Algerian ruin.
Well, there's no time to argue about it now. The only thing I can think of is that Robert's discovered he turned over those top-secret notes of his to one of Roxor's agents.
What?
Pierre Duval.
And went to Roxor to persuade him to give them back? He knows Roxor too well for that.
Well, you know he went there, Dot. We saw him in the crystal. I wired the consul from Bayonne to have Duval picked up, so the notes will be recovered. But Burke mustn't get to Roxor before I do.
Well, what can we do about that?
Well, Burke was very much concerned about something happening to you.
Me?
All of you. So play on that. Say you'd like to go sightseeing. I'm going to be too busy to go along. You know the kind of thing.
Leave it to us, Uncle Frank. We'll be climbs all over the place, singing...
He'll sure think I'm a dope. Can't go out in the street without a bodyguard.
Oh, what do you care what he thinks, Bob?
Yes, you're the one who's been wringing your hands about Daddy going away somewhere.
Well, no wonder Robert was so evasive on the telephone that day. He knew what I'd said.
But Dad must be out of his mind. You'd think he'd know... Oh, hi, Mr. Burke.
Hello. I thought I'd better get my suitcase. We're coming into Cairo.
Oh, I'm glad you came back, Jeff. I'm going to be busy this afternoon. You understand?
Certainly. I reckon I will be, too.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Burke.
Ma'am?
We were hoping to do some sightseeing this afternoon, and I thought we might impose on you to go along with us. We don't like to go into the bazaars alone.
Why, of course you don't. And it wouldn't be an imposition. It'd be a pleasure. But you see,
we might even go out to those mysterious ruins you were talking about, Mr. Burke. But I guess we won't get to go after all.
I'm mighty sorry, Miss Betty, but I have some business to tend to. Tomorrow, maybe
Now, look here, Jeff. Suppose I explain why you don't show up.
Hey, did you and Uncle Frank come to Cairo on the same kind of business?
It seems like it, Bob. Well, Mr. Chandler, you think it'll be all right?
No, I'm sure it will. I can leave a message for you at your hotel later. Where will you be staying?
Shepherd's, I reckon.
Why, so are we. That's marvelous.
I'll tell you, Jeff. We'll all go to the hotel first and then decide what next.
I'll go up to my room while you look over your mail. Shall I, Mr. Chandler?
Why don't you? We'll meet you here on the lounge in a few minutes.
Very well, Mr. Chandler.
Oh, Frank, is that all the mail they forwarded from Paris? Nothing from Robert? Go back and ask again.
It's no use, Dot. This letter from Nodgy's the only one they had.
Nodgy'll be surprised when she finds out we're right here in town, won't she?
She's not here, Betty.
How do you know?
Frank, did you ask if Robert's registered here?
Yes, Dot. And he isn't. This was written from Aden. Nodgy's in India by this time.
For Pete's sake. Did you know she was going to India? Did you, Mom?
Yes, Bob.
Was that what she came to tell you in Paris? Why didn't you tell us, Mother?
I thought I did, dear. Frank, what's the matter?
It's strange she'd think of our coming to Cairo.
How could she? We didn't even know it ourselves.
You mean she knew about it, Frank?
She didn't know exactly. But she writes that if we should be in Cairo, she hopes we'll stay at her home.
I wish we could.
Oh, so do I, Frank. Robert knows her. He might call her or go to see her. Let's do it.
Well, it would be a good idea in more ways than one. At least we'd have privacy. And if we have to stay here any length of time, we'll need it.
I don't get it, Uncle Frank. Did Nodgy just have a hunch we'd be coming here, or what?
You might call it that, I suppose. Dot, you'll have to tell Burke we're going to stay at Nodgy's.
Oh, that's right. Well, I'll just say we're old friends.
As long as he doesn't get a chance to talk to Roxor, he'll believe it, I hope.
He's just getting out of the elevator.
I'll have the luggage taken to Nodgy's and meet you there by dinner time. Dot, you don't look much like a woman starting out on a sightseeing trip.
I'm sure I don't. For heaven's sake, if you do see Roxor, be careful, Frank.
Mother.
Oh, Mr. Burke. We're just ready.
Don't you all want to go up to your rooms first? I don't mind waiting.
No, our plans have changed. We'll tell you about it.
Oh? Mr. Chandler, you'll be sure to explain why I'm not with you. I'm supposed to check in this afternoon.
Don't worry, Jeff. I'll explain everything. And I'll see all of you later.
My fine silk defender, silk for beautiful lady.
Later, perhaps. It's a little early, don't you think?
Kaif?
At least by my watch. Your clock up there is wrong, I think.
What is the time, Effendi?
The clock strikes 5.
Oh, yeah, Kuya.
Tekalam. Where is Roxor?
You should know he is not here.
Because the green silk is not hanging beside the doorway.
Yeah, Kuya.
Sometimes when he does not wish to speak with anyone, he orders you to remove the silk.
Sent him to the village.
Do you think that's possible?
The American would not be the first, as you know.
And you don't know when Roxor will be back?
Who am I to question him?
True. Well, then perhaps I'd better go to the village myself and speak to the American.
Oh, Kaldi, ya, Kuya.
But it's very important that I see him.
You speak of going to the village of the lost, Malantom.
Oh. Well, you see...
You have so little in your life that you would do this.
Why not? I have no wife, no children.
Bismillah. But not one of the Dakukafai has offered for this.
Not even for the great Roxor? Not even to get important information from the American?
It would be useless, Yakuya. What would you do with this information if you receive it?
Why, bring it back to Roxor, of course.
Masala, you have lied to me. You are not the Dakukafai. My knife will...
Put down your knife.
No, Viola.
You know I gave you the secret word.
No, but you speak of the village as one who does not know.
Put down that knife. What is it I don't know?
No man who enters the village of the lost is ever seen again.
Now, before we say goodnight, we pause to suggest that you and every member of your family join us every weekday night to hear Chandu, the magician. And we suggest that you try the soap we make, White King Granulated Soap. You will discover that there is no better soap for your washing machine than White King. White King makes plenty of good, rich, foaming soap suds. Long-lasting suds that do not fizzle out on you when your wash water cools down. And White King suds really roll the dirt right out of your clothes. You'll be so proud of your washing. The white things so very white. The colored things kept so fresh and bright. The washing time shortened so considerably, it saves you effort and saves wear on your clothes as well. So may we remind you, nothing washes like soap. And there is no soap like White King. You'll love White King. And when you buy a box, be sure to save the box top, won't you? Chandu the Magician is produced and directed by Cyril Armbruster.
You're listening to KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, playing a daily schedule of vintage radio genres and matching today's date and history when available. Visit radio.macandmind.com for a schedule. We now present Spy Stories on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of The Lives of Harry Lime, the Third Man, which originally aired Friday, May 2nd, 1952, 69 years ago today.
presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the story The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
Her name was Susie, but she was very, very far from being a floozy. She was lovely, and she was a countess. And I mean a genuine countess, too. I can vouch for that. I checked on her ancestry. It pays to be sure about these things. When I first met up with her, she was suffering from a complaint not uncommon among the post-war aristocracy of Western Europe, the main symptoms of which are expensive tastes and a certain emptiness of the purse, if you get what I mean. But that's how we came to team up, in fact. And since Carl and I turned out to be just the supers and Susie was the star, I'll call this little adventure Susie's Cue.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, Susie's Cue.
What brought me to Vienna was a hint that for an astute financier like myself, there was an honest buck or two to be made on the international currency market. Not black, you understand, just a pale shade of gray. My informant had neglected to mention, however, that the regulations were being policed with ghoulish enthusiasm by the authorities of the four occupying powers. And as 4 against 1 is tough odds in any language, be it French, Russian, American, or British, I decided that the Lime neck was too valuable a thing to risk being stuck out. There were 3 hours to go before the next plane back to Paris, so I was filling in time in the American bar in the Hotel Continental, reading an afternoon newspaper. At the next table, there was a man and a woman. He was the German officer type, you know, tall and straight-backed with that scar down one cheek. And she was, well, let's just say she had everything, all in the right proportions and all in the right places. As I read on, I was vaguely conscious of the man rising. He left the bar, and then after a while he came back, and the next second he was beside me. With a click of the heels and a stiff military bow.
Please forgive this interruption.
Oh, certainly.
See, the bookstall has no newspapers. We are wanting most anxiously to know the result of a case in the court today, which is bound to have been reported. Could I possibly be troubling you for a moment?
For my newspaper? Not at all. Here you are, man. Go ahead.
You are being most kind.
So.
Here we are, on the front page, as I thought. Baron wins claim, court order against divorced wife. Here's one. Splendid. You hear that, Susie? Here's one.
I am so glad.
Your paper. 1,000 thanks.
Oh, well, why not take it over to your friend over there and read the report in detail?
No,
man.
It is only the verdict we are wanting. The Baron is being a friend of ours, you see. Again, our grateful thanks. Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen, old man. Auf Wiedersehen. Curiosity being one of the Lime failings, as soon as my heel-pricking friend had returned to his own table, I read the story through. It seemed a certain Baron Dortmunder had been suing his divorced wife for the return of a family heirloom, a diamond necklace, which was reputed to have been owned by Marie Antoinette. And the wife's defense was that it had been a present to her, but the court had ruled this out in order to return the necklace forthwith. I was speculating idly on what chance a fellow would have of disposing of a little thing like this necklace. It happened to come into his possession when suddenly there was another click of heels.
Your pardon, please.
Oh, it's you again.
You will forgive this insistence, but are my friend and I correct in believing you to be Herr Lime?
Oh, yes. Lime's my name.
The Herr Lime?
What can I do for you, Herr...
Clausen, Karl Clausen.
Glad to know you, Herr Clausen.
The pleasure is, I'm showing you, mutual.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
You have been reading the story of the Baron's necklace?
Yes, matter of fact, I have. Just
you are finding it of interest?
Well, yes, in a small way. I'm quite a collector of objets d'art myself, you know.
So it is said.
Yes, well, I had no idea I was so well known, as a matter of fact.
In our business, it is desirable to be well informed.
May I ask, what is your business, Herr Klause?
Perhaps the same as yours. It is possible you have been wondering how, if one is chancing to possess such a necklace, one would find for it the right buyer. Huh?
Are you a mind-reading act or something?
Sure.
Go right on, please.
And it is occurring to the Countess and myself that you may be interested in a proposition of business.
That's quite possible.
You are following what I mean? That I have already a buyer for the necklace at $100,000.
American dollars, old man?
Yeah?
Well, if I fall, no one can say I wasn't tempted. Lead on, Herr Klause. And that's how I came to meet Susie. Their plan was simple enough. The Baron Dortmunder lived alone except for a housekeeper and a manservant in a small villa in one of the suburbs. Every Thursday night, the housekeeper went off duty. Next Thursday, Susie planned to get the Baron out of the house by entertaining him at dinner. That left only the manservant. Klause was to cope with him by calling on the pretense of wanting to see the Baron and then keeping the fellow standing by while he wrote a long note. Meanwhile, with the coast clear upstairs, I was to purloin the necklace.
It is no difficulty, Harry Lime. The Baron's bedroom is on the first floor, and from it opens a balcony. From the garden, there is a lattice screen that leads to the balcony. A child could climb.
Oh, well, that may be, honey. What I'm trying to tell you is that I'm not a professional thief. Even if I get into the room, what do I do then? I imagine the necklace will be under lock and key, won't it?
You will, of course, use this key.
Oh, how did you get hold of that?
Oh, I thought perhaps it may be of service some day. So one evening when I was dining with the Baron, he drank a little too much champagne, and when he was not looking, I took an impression of the key and went.
Susie is what you call a maker of opportunity.
Obviously. Well, I'd certainly like to oblige, but...
But what, my friend?
Forgive such a sordid detail, but... What's in it for Harry Lime?
Of course, we have not yet terms discussed.
No, we have not yet terms discussed.
How stupid of us. When the necklace is being sold, what say you to 1/5 of the proceeds? Yeah?
Well, I can answer that in one word, Herr Klause. No.
What would Herr Lime suggest?
A three-way split, 1/3 each,
You want a third? For me, it is agreed.
But Susie...
Well, what point is there to quibble? Herr Lime is right. He is the one who takes the risk.
Thank you, Countess. Is that okay with you, Herr Klause?
If Susie is saying it, I am in accord.
Then it is, how you say, a deal?
Yes, it's how I say a deal.
Good. Champagne, girl.
Champagne.
Let us drink to our new partnership and its success.
As we were all living in the one hotel, I saw quite a lot of Susie and Carl in the next couple of days. We were already around to Christian name terms, but with Carl in tow, that was about as much solid progress as I could make. And it wasn't until Wednesday evening, the night before we planned to relieve the Baron of the necklace, that we managed to grab ourselves a few minutes alone. There was a beer garden next to the hotel with an orchestra that played nothing but waltzes.
Harry, I wish for a while to talk with you.
Well, here I am.
No, it is too crowded here, too much noise. Where can we go?
What's beyond that gate over there?
Some trees and a lawn.
No people?
No people.
I think we've been wasting our time here. Let's go, honey. As we went through the gate and left the dancers and the music behind, my heart skipped a jump or two, and I had a sort of crazy, excited feeling like a high school boy about to embark on his first love affair. Half of me was saying, go easy, Harry. That's something else I can't finish. And the other half was longing to take Susie in my arms.
You are seeming a little nervous, Harry. You are not worried about tomorrow night.
Oh, no, of course not. I'd be worried.
You are not forgetting you have joined with Carl and me?
No, I'm glad.
So am I. It is bringing to me much happiness to have met you. You are so different from every other man I have known. Harry, when this is over, when the necklace is sold and we have divided the money, what will you do?
Well, it mightn't be very healthy to stick around here. I guess I'll go back to Paris.
I shall miss you very much.
Well, why not come too?
If only I could.
What's to stop you?
Oh, Carl.
You mean You and he?
Huh? You have not guessed.
Well, I have wondered a few times.
Once for a little while, we were being lovers. It is all over now since a long time, and we are just what you call associates of business. It is agreed what I do is my own affair, but he is by disposition very jealous, and I am always afraid.
Listen, leave Carl to me. I've handled tougher guys than him. Susie, with the moonlight on your face and in your hair, lovelier than ever.
Am I?
The loveliest thing I've ever seen.
Please, Harry, you mustn't.
I'm crazy about you.
Harry.
You will come with me to Paris, won't you?
Oh, well, I'll try.
Good.
Oh, please let me go. Someone is coming.
Okay, we'll get back to this subject later, huh? I don't know just how much Carl was responsible at a chapel, but I went to see Susie alone all next day, so the question of the future stayed up in the air. Now, of course, there was something even more important to think about, Operation Necklace. Around about 9 o'clock, Susie went off to keep a dinner date with the Baron. An hour after that, Carl and I left the hotel separately and met again later, according to plan, in a dark laneway that ran beside the Baron's villa. I let myself quietly into the Baron's garden and hid behind a big shrub. Then Carl went openly to the front door and pulled the bell. There was a short pause. And then...
Good evening, Joachim.
Oh, it's you, Herr Klauser. I crossed the lawn, and in another second I was climbing up the lattice. It was even easier than I'd thought. The latch on the bedroom door was old and loose, and in half a minute I was open side. I switched on a small flashlight, located the safe, turned the key that Susie had given me, and it opened as sweetly as a dream. There was a lot of other stuff in the safe, but it was the necklace I was after. I found it at last, in a plush-lined case. I took one quick glance. Looked all right to me. $100,000 was a bargain basement price for a set of rocks like that. I closed the safe, and then, as I was moving toward the balcony door, it happened. A small chair I failed to see and stumbled into. I paused for a moment, holding my breath. Then I heard feet pounding up the stairway and voices.
Where do you think it came from?
Out of Master's bedroom. Quickly, Herr Klauser. This way.
There wasn't any time to escape. I slipped behind a set of heavy curtains by the window, and as I did so, I wondered, was this just an accident? Or had Carl found out about Susie and me? Was this a double cross?
In a moment, Orson Welles returns as Harry Lime, the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as Harry Lime, the third man, continues today's story, Susie's Cue.
In another second, Carl and the Baron's servant were in the room. My hand was on my gun, ready. If it was a double cross, Carl was going to be very sorry indeed. The light clicked on.
No one here, Joachim.
He may be hiding.
Nonsense. You must have imagined it.
Look, Herr Klauser. The chair is fallen over. That is no imagination. And the balcony door is unlatched.
But you're sure you locked it?
Quite sure.
In that case, he's probably escaped into the garden.
Oh,
Altinoa. Perhaps she's got clear by now.
Herr Klauser, will you stay here, please? While I'm going down and telephoning the police.
But is that necessary?
It's what the Herr Baron would do.
All right. Off with you.
Thank you, sir.
You can come out now.
Thanks.
You fool. You're nearly bungling the whole thing.
Well, I warned you this was out of my line.
It is done now. You have the necklace.
Yes, I got
Good.
the necklace.
You'd better go while there's time. Wait for me in your room.
Okay. See you later, sweetheart. 20 minutes later, I was back at the hotel. I waited in my room till after midnight when I was just beginning to wonder whether something gone wrong. There was a cautious knock on the door, repeated 3 times. It was Carl's signal.
Is everything all right?
Sure, come in.
You have caused me much trouble, Harry. Much embarrassment.
Well, so what? No one can possibly suspect you. You're getting all steamed up about nothing, old man.
This is maybe. But it makes for all of us much difficulty. With luck, the Baron, his loss might not have discovered for many days, by which time we should all be out of Vienna and in the clear. Now the police are active and anything may happen. You have the necklace, Harry?
Yes, of course I do, old
Let
man.
me see.
There. Feast your eyes on that,
Ah, it is beautiful.
You said it.
I am seeing at midday tomorrow this man who wishes to buy. He will have the money in cash.
Well, before I hand over the necklace, don't you think we should let Susie have a look at it, too? Huh?
Why?
Well, after all, she's in this as much as you and I. Isn't she entitled to some visual proof that I'm handing it over to you? Suppose tomorrow morning you deny that I have. Who's she to believe? You or me?
You are doubting my integrity?
Oh, no, not at all, man. No, not at all. I just like to be sure.
Herr Lime, I remind you I am a Klauser. That means I am a gentleman. A gentleman's word is his bond. So that is something perhaps you would not understand.
Now, take it easy, Carl.
Elsewhere and in other circumstances, you would be obliging me to seek satisfaction.
I bet you swung a nifty saber in the good old days at Heidelberg. No need to blow your top now, old
The
man.
necklace, please.
Times have changed. The necklace? I'm sure. Here you are. Take it. And, Carl.
Yes?
Maybe I did speak a little out of turn. If so, I'm sorry, old man.
Oh, that is all right. We are perhaps both being a little on edge this evening.
No hard feelings?
Of course not, Harry.
That's fine. And by the way, where is Susie now? Have you seen her?
Only for a minute. She was already here at the hotel when I returned. I managed to speak a few words with her.
How did she get along with the Baron?
Oh, it seems the dinner was disturbed abruptly when word came to the Baron of the robbery. So he went off with the police, and she came back here. By now, I'm imagining she's asleep.
Well, that mightn't be a bad idea for all of us, one way and another. It's been quite an evening. Good night, Carl.
Good night.
I was disappointed. I'd sort of hoped Susie would drop in before she called it a night. I waited up another hour on the off chance that she would, but had no sign of her. So I turned in. Next morning, she wasn't down for breakfast. At 11 o'clock, she still hadn't appeared. I went in to get myself a drink, and just as I was beginning to get really worried, there she was, looking fresh and lovelier than ever.
Good morning, Harry.
Oh, hello there. Where have you been? Why haven't I seen you?
I've had to, as you call it, lie low.
Lie low? Why?
The police.
You mean to say you're being tailed?
Yes.
But how come? Must they possibly suspect you?
I do not think they are suspecting me exactly,
Well?
but they are interested in me because I was last night with the Baron. And so, for the time being, I have to be careful. Harry, I have news for you. Important news.
What is it?
I am afraid that Carl, he is how you say, double-crossing us.
You must be wrong, Susie. I grant you he's a bit of a pain in the neck, but after all, he's an aristocrat and a gentleman.
Would you be interested to know that Carl's mother was a waitress in a beer garden?
What?
And that his father died in prison, where he was spending 20 years for robbery with violence?
You're kidding.
And that Carl was brought up in the slums and gutters of Vienna, and that before he was of age, he was 3 times in jail for picking pockets.
Oh, it can't be true, all that smooth politeness that...
It is true. I am knowing his background, you see. You have given him the necklace.
Oh, sure, last night.
Then perhaps you will explain to me why he has booked a single seat, on the 1 o'clock plane for Zurich.
Is that a fact, Susie?
Yes, I have checked it for myself.
So that's his little game. Well, he needn't think he can get away with it, Susie. No.
What are you going to do?
Going to get that necklace, of course. long and disillusioned career, I've had to deal with many double-crossers, and experience has taught me there's only one way to do it. That's to get in first and never give the other guy a chance. So when I burst in on Carl in his room, my gun was already in my hand.
Hey! What is the meaning of this? I do not understand.
You can save that no comprise stuff, old
But
man.
I assure you...
Don't reach for your pocket either. Because this happens to be loaded. It might just go off. The necklace, where is it?
Please, if you would only explain.
You heard me, the necklace. I'll give you 3 seconds. Eins, zwei.
It is in my hip pocket.
All right, turn around.
But I
Do as
told
you're
you.
told. No tricks.
Very well.
That's more like it, right. From now on, I'll take charge of this, old man.
Now, if you will please to tell me what this is all about.
Can't you guess, Carl?
I can only assume it is what you call the double cross.
Well, that comes very well from you, you two-timing crook.
This is intolerable.
Now listen to me, Herr Klauser. This is Harry Lime talking, so get it straight. What I was going to say to Carl remained unsaid. For at that moment, the door was flung open, and in burst an inspector and the biggest, toughest cop I'd ever seen.
There is the man, Klauser. Arrest him.
Yes, Herr Inspector. What is the meaning of this?
Hey, what goes on? Come along, you.
This is an outrage. I protest.
If Carl had had any sense, he'd have gone quietly, but he started to struggle, so the cop hung a smart one on his jaw, and the subsequent proceedings, as they say in all the best novels, interested Carl no more.
Permit me to offer my congratulations, Herr Lime.
Oh, sure. Yeah, quite all right.
You can put that gun away now. You have recovered the necklace?
The necklace? Oh, yes, it's right here in my pocket.
May I have it, please?
What? Certainly.
The Herr Baron will be most grateful, I am sure. You must have been thinking, arrive, but we came with them as soon as we were receiving the telephone call.
Telephone call? What telephone call?
From the Countess, the lady to whom message you gave.
Oh, yes, of course.
May I ask, Herr Lime, how it was you first came to suspect Colonel Klauser?
Oh, just a hunch, I guess. Did you say Colonel Klauser?
Why, yes. Were you not knowing he was in the war a famous military officer?
Klauser?
In Bavaria, the Klausers for many generations are being much respected. The colonel is, how do you call it? The dark sheep of the family.
Yes, I see. You've had dealings with him before, hmm?
Yes, unfortunately.
Well, tell me just one thing, Inspector. From your knowledge of him, would you say he's the sort of man who'll double-cross an associate?
No, impossible. He has many faults, it is true, but always his integrity is impeccable. He is, if I may put it so, the soul of honor.
Oh, well. Duplicity, thy name is woman. I knew most of the answers now, but there were still a few I had to learn. After the inspector had gone, I went looking for Susie. I didn't have to search for long. She was still in the bar, and her greeting to me was as casual as if nothing had happened at all. She seemed more than willing to talk. Certainly, she admitted she'd lied to me about Carl planning a double-cross and about his background. Certainly, she'd phoned the police and given them a message purporting to come from me. The further we went, the more baffled I must have looked. For finally, a cool hand on mine, she put her and smiled at me and said,
Poor Harry. You find it all a little confusing, yes?
Well, maybe I'm not the subtle type, but wouldn't it have been a lot simpler just to denounce both Carl and myself and made a thorough job of it?
But I would never have dreamed to do that.
But why?
I had to get Carl out of the way, it's true. For a long time now he has been difficult, but with you it was different.
Well, how?
I have no cause to wish you ill, Harry. Besides, I like you. I like you very much. If anything were to happen to you...
I still don't get it, you know. If Carl didn't plan to double-cross us, he'd have sold the necklace, and then your share would have been $30,000, isn't that right?
Right.
But as it is, you get nothing.
Ah, but that is where you are wrong. I get the necklace. All of it. To myself.
How come?
It is very simple. You see, when I dined last night with the Baron, he did me the honor to ask me to be his wife.
Harry Lime will be back in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Appearances, like women, are notoriously deceitful. Now take Susie. That's right, you take her. I've got enough trouble of my own. And then there's Carl. Just because Carl said he was an officer and a gentleman, and just because Carl looked like an officer and a gentleman and even acted like one, I was sure he had to be a fake. Just goes to show you. Nowadays, you can't trust anybody. So long now.
You just heard an episode of The Lives of Harry Lime, which originally aired Friday, May 2nd, 1952, 69 years ago today. Stay tuned for Matinee Theater, next on ABN.
You're listening to Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You can find us on the web at radio.macandmind.com. Mac in mind, as in, I had the Mac in mind when I wrote this software. That's radio.macandmind.com. We now present Matinee Theater on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of Inheritance, which originally aired Sunday, May 2nd, 1954, 67 years ago today.
Inheritance. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the American Legion, presents a story out of that great composite of visions, struggles, and victories of the past. American Inheritance. Our we Americans are heirs to a vast fortune. A fortune composed of many things. Of hardy men forging tools to conquer a primitive wilderness. And the voice of a great bell proclaiming liberty. It is the pioneer women who braved frontier danger. And of Perry's victory on Lake Erie. Let us now go back to a significant chapter in America's history, one which we all share in our inheritance. Some 100 years ago, a courageous woman took her place in a profession which previously had been reserved exclusively for the male of the species. The story of the inheritance she left us is indeed an inspiring one. It is also a story which could best be told by those who guided the destiny of Elizabeth Blackwell.
Yes, I knew Elizabeth Blackwell, girl of great ambition. A stubborn ambition, perhaps, but one filled with the determination to succeed, despite many attempts to discourage her, even by me. I remember her as a young woman of 26, looking toward the future, and knowing exactly what her place in that future was to be.
A surgeon, Dr. Warrington. I am determined to be a surgeon.
But, Elizabeth, women were neither born to be doctors, nor will they be accepted as such. When you first wrote me of your intentions, I questioned several women friends of mine, and each of them assured me, most emphatically, that she'd have nothing to do with a female practitioner or teacher of medicine.
And because a few of your Philadelphia ladies consider a woman doctor to be some sort of three-headed monster, because they believe a woman must dress in silks and satins and serve tea promptly at 4, because of them I am to forget my desire to study medicine? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No, Elizabeth. I don't say you should give up this work. As a matter of fact, I could even encourage you to continue. It's only too since it's apparent to me that you have both the strength and capacity to see it through.
You agree?
But not here in America.
Dr. Warrington.
Elizabeth, it'd be useless for you to try and study here. There's not a school that would accept you.
Simply because I'm a woman.
Exactly. If you want to become a surgeon, then go to Paris. There you could attend lectures in every branch of medical science.
They would accept me as a medical student in Paris?
Undoubtedly. But...
Yes?
Your acceptance would be more certain if you were to disguise yourself in men's clothing.
Disguise myself in... Dr. Warrington, I am following a duty which, to me, is directed by feelings of justice and common sense. For that reason, I shall do no such ridiculous thing as that which you suggest. If I'm to study medicine, I shall do it in the light of day, and with the public sanction.
Of course you will, Elizabeth.
This is a duty which must be performed, and I shall continue to search until I find an American medical school which will accept a woman. Good afternoon, Dr. Warrington.
As plain pre-med Stephen Smith, I was fortunate to have witnessed the first instance of the co-education of medical students in this country. I assure you the results quite upset many a theoretical apple cart. The first course of medical lectures I attended was in 1847 at Geneva Medical College, New York. The class, about 150 of us, was composed largely of young men from neighboring towns. But in November of that year, the picture changed.
Say, Steve.
Yes, Fred?
Who's the young lady waiting in the hall?
Oh, I don't know. Probably collecting for some charity or other.
Wow, she's a looker.
Well, I didn't know anatomy students were capable of such commonplace thoughts.
My dear Dr. Smith, you must remember, I was a man before I was an anatomy student.
Shh.
What?
It's the dean.
Oh.
Gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
What now?
I have a letter here which I would like to read, with your indulgence.
From an
Indignant parent, no doubt.
This is no routine letter, gentlemen. It contains the most extraordinary request that has ever been made to our faculty. The letter was written by Dr. Wellington of Philadelphia and reads, I herewith recommend for admission to Geneva Medical College a young student who has expressed a desire to become a surgeon and who has been studying medicine in my office for several months.
A young man of unblemished character and great industry.
A young woman.
Here?
Woman. Gentlemen, please. A young woman who has been refused admission by several medical colleges, both here in Philadelphia and in other cities. But since our institution, your institution, is in the country, I felt it more likely to be free from prejudice against a woman medical student. Signed, Joseph Wellington, M.D.
A woman doctor here?
Why not? As I said, gentlemen, this is quite an extraordinary request, and one which the faculty does not feel qualified to answer by itself. Since the student in question will be a fellow member of your classes, the faculty feels the final decision should be left in your hands. I suggest you give the request your most careful consideration. I shall be waiting in my office for your answer, gentlemen. There, Miss Blackwell. I read them Dr. Wellington's letter.
I know. I took the liberty of eavesdropping.
Oh, then you heard.
Yes. Dr. Wellington's letter seems to have had quite an effect upon the young man.
Don't worry, Miss Blackwell. If the men vote in favor of your admission, it might prove to be quite a good advertisement for the college.
Advertisement?
If there's no other advantage to be gained, it will attract quite a bit of notice.
I'm happy to be of such service to the school.
Yes. What I meant to say is that I intend to bring the matter to the attention of the medical journals. Why, I venture to say that within 10 years' time, 1/3 of all the classes in our colleges will consist entirely of women. Yes, Miss Blackwell. After the precedent you will have established, people's eyes will be opened.
You speak as if I had already been accepted, Dean Lee.
I'm certain you will be. You'll go through the course and get your diploma, too. And we shall do everything in our power to help you.
We had quite an argument that day over Elizabeth's application for admission, but the dissenters, of whom I'm afraid I was the leader, were finally convinced that what we needed was a woman student. So on November 6th, 1847, Elizabeth Blackwell entered Geneva Medical College. As her first summer vacation drew near, Elizabeth made plans to spend it in study. Since she didn't know much about practical medicine, she decided to return to Philadelphia and make her observations in the hospital wards of the great Blockley Almshouse.
And this ward is where we keep our young mothers, Miss Blackwell.
Mothers are confined in quarters like this?
You forget this is an almshouse, a place for those who can't afford to go elsewhere.
What about the husbands, Miss Prudhomme? Don't they have...
Our mothers have no husbands.
They don't have... Oh.
Most of them are young servant girls who've been in our country only a short time. They have no money or families.
Is that sufficient reason for not giving them as much care as those who can afford it?
We do the best we can.
Couldn't you ask, well, perhaps for more doctors?
There are none to spare. With so many people coming to America, and with a famine fever striking down a large number of them on the way, every hospital is filled to overflowing. And what few doctors we have here at Blockley hardly have time to rest.
But there are more doctors available.
You mean women doctors?
Why not? Aren't we as capable as the men?
Well, it's no use, Miss Blackwell. It just wouldn't work.
But why?
Well, let me show you why. Come over here. Hello, Eileen.
Hello, Miss Prudhomme.
Feeling better today?
Oh, a little. Oh, but I'd feel a lot better if I was rid of the pain.
Well, would you let Miss Blackwell see if she can do something for you?
Miss Blackwell?
I'd like to help you if I can.
Oh, help me. But why would an elegant lady like you want to help me?
Because I soon will be a doctor.
A doctor?
That's right. I thought perhaps a doctor of your own sex might...
Oh, why, it's possessed you are. A doctor? Well, like a witch, not... Well, you'll not lay a hand on me.
But, Eileen...
You'll not lay a hand on me.
Very well. Come along, Miss Prudham. Now, do you understand what I mean, Miss Blackwell? It isn't possible. Why should that girl have such a fear of women doctors? We're not witches or gargoyles. Why, then? Simply because you're a woman. And women are not supposed to be doctors. If you'll take my suggestion, Miss Blackwell, you'll forget all about studying medicine. Go home and become a governess or take up the piano. No, Miss Prudham. I won't go home. I'm staying right here during my summer vacation as I planned. When I graduate from Geneva College, I shall go to Paris to study, dressed in my most feminine attire. And there will be no doubt in anyone's mind that Dr. Blackwell is a woman.
I think perhaps I knew Elizabeth better than anyone. Yes, I think so. I remember when I first saw her, was in the office of Madame Charrier at La Maternité, the great maternity hospital here in Paris. Our introduction was most proper. Madame Charrier smiled and said, Dr. Blackwell, may I present Dr. Hippolyte Brissac? Well, at first, we all treated her with exquisite politeness, and we thought her a bit mad, this woman doctor from America. But soon I learned that Elizabeth was no caprice de la nature. How do you say? No freak. No. She rose at 6 o'clock with the other young students, and her work was not finished until 8 o'clock in the evening.
Just a minute, young lady. You'll have to be still if you want your back washed. Must you splash around like that? I declare if I don't think you're a tadpole instead of a curly-headed angel.
Bonjour, Elizabeth.
Oh, Dr. Brissac, I didn't hear you come in.
I know you were so busy with La Petite.
Isn't she a beautiful little thing? Lady, now young time to be dried off.
Me lift up. Oh, look out for you. Allez.
Oh, babies are such wonderful creatures, Dr. Brissac.
You love children very much.
Oh, yes.
Have you ever thought of marriage, Elizabeth?
Oh, I'm afraid marriage will have to wait. Right now, my work is all important to me. I couldn't be both a surgeon and a wife without sacrificing one or the other. First, I must become a surgeon, a recognized surgeon. Then there will be time for marriage.
Ah, quel dommage.
How sadly you say that, Dr. Brissac.
I am sad. You're so young. You should be in love. It's not good when one is not in love.
Are you in love, Dr. Brissac?
Oui. I'm in love.
Is she pretty?
Oui.
Charming?
Oui.
And does she love you?
No.
Oh, quel dommage.
She is pretty, she is charming, she smiles when we speak, but she does not love me. No. Not once has she called me Hippolyte. Always it is Dr. Brissac.
But Dr. Brissac, perhaps she...
Voyez, that's what I mean. Again, it is Dr. Brissac.
You mean I'm...
Oui.
Why, Dr. Brissac?
Not Hippolyte?
I didn't know, Hippolyte. I never realized.
Ah, oui. Since you came to La Maternité, I watched you with the children and with the mothers. Ah, you've been so gentle, so kind. I saw the look of gratitude in the eyes of your first patient when she gave you the little prie-dieu she made. I've seen the little one smile at you. That's why I love you.
Thank you, Hippolyte.
But I know how much more your work means to you, so I will wait. You know, Elizabeth, if you study here in Paris for another year, 2 years, you will be the best obstetrician, male or female, in the world.
Do you have that much faith in me?
Oui. No. I will work with you, Elizabeth, and help you. And later, perhaps, you will feel for Hippolyte what you feel for the children.
Perhaps, Hippolyte. Perhaps.
The days went by. Elizabeth studied and worked, questioned and learned. I was Hippolyte now, but that was all. Elizabeth's desire to be a recognized surgeon left room for nothing else in her heart. And she would be a great surgeon. I knew that. But the hand of destiny struck a cruel blow. One morning, it was the 5th day of November in 1849, Elizabeth came into my office for a consultation.
It happened yesterday morning while I was working with the children.
Oh, how... No, open your eye a little wider, Elizabeth.
Oh, it was the small one. The one with the inflammation of the eye.
Okay. Look up.
While I was syringing her eye, some of the solution accidentally spurted into mine. Naturally, I cleaned out my eye immediately and thought nothing more about it.
Yeah. And this morning your eye is inflamed.
Yes.
Eh bien, you can relax now, Elizabeth.
Hippolyte, it isn't. You don't think it could be...
I cannot say immediately, Elizabeth, but the discharge from Babette's eye may have also given you purulent ophthalmia.
No, Hippolyte.
It will be a few days before we can know for certain. Everything will depend on the treatment. Now, your eye must be washed out every hour. Cold compresses applied to it. Ointment of belladonna?
I shall lose the sight of my eye.
No, Elizabeth. We have cured the children of such things.
I'm going to be blind, Hippolyte. I wanted so desperately to be a surgeon, and now I'm going to be blind.
At the end of the 3-day treatment, we knew that Elizabeth would be blind in one eye. And her dream of becoming the first woman surgeon was ended. Her interest in everything disappeared, even in me. And it was not long before I knew that I had lost her forever. Her daily letters to her sister, Emily, gradually mentioned Dr. Brissac less and less.
How well I remember those treasures Elizabeth wrote me from abroad. The 6 months which followed her departure from La Maternité proved to be a time of great mental suffering. The condition of her eye prevented her from studying, and any anatomical or surgical work was out of the question. But gradually her mental strength overcame the tragedy of her blindness, and after a good rest at the Grafenberg Spa in Czechoslovakia, Elizabeth was admitted as a student at St. Bartholomew's Hospital in London.
Dearest Sister Emily, there is again hope for a bright future. Every department here has been opened to me, and I have attended all the lectures, particularly Dean Paget's lectures on pathological anatomy. I have also spent many hours with Florence Nightingale, for she, too, wishes to enter medicine. It is she who has directed me to the path I must take. I shall start my medical work not with the new systems of curing which are now being practiced, but with the old established custom of sanitation. I'm shortly returning to America, and as soon as possible after my return, I'm going to build up a hospital in which I can experiment. I look forward to the time when you can aid me in these matters. As ever, Elizabeth.
But, Elizabeth, it's ridiculous. 8 months ago, you took this entire floor of rooms in New York at an outrageous rental, and you've spent half your savings in furnishing it as a clinic. And what do you have to show for it?
Nothing. Except bills and letters of confidence like this one. If you're smart, you'll get out of New York and stay out. Maybe you call yourself a doctor, but no doctor in petticoats will ever lay a hand on my family, so get out before you're run out. Naturally, it's unsigned, like all the others.
You receive threatening letters like that, and yet you insist on trying to get people to accept you as a doctor.
Yes, I do, Emily.
But does your safety mean so little to you?
Oh, come now, Emily. No one has yet tried to do me bodily harm.
Yes, but the letters... Oh.
Yes?
Miss Blackwell.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Hicks. You know my sister, of course.
Mrs. Hicks, how do? Miss Blackwell, I didn't climb all those steps just to discuss the kind of morning it is.
I'm certain of that.
There's enough work for me to do around here without climbing stairs all day long to bring your messages.
Oh, you have a message for me from a patient?
Patient? Mrs. Cazzaletti said to tell you she won't be coming to see you anymore.
Won't be? But I haven't finished her treatments.
Well, I don't know about any treatments. But I do know Mr. Cazzaletti told her he'd take a strap to her if she ever came here again.
Oh.
Furthermore, Dr. Blackwell, I would like to remind you that I'm not your maidservant, and I'm not taking any more messages for you.
But, Mrs. Hicks,
your
I haven't...
shingle is a blot on my house, and ladies have refused to live in a house with such a mark. If you weren't so prompt in paying your rent, I should be forced to ask you to move.
Well, Elizabeth?
Well, what?
Now will you abandon this hopeless dream of yours?
My answer is still no.
But you're becoming a doctor without patients.
They will come, Emily.
Elizabeth...
The water's boiling for the tea.
I'll fix it. Elizabeth, dear, I know what a medical career means to you.
And to you, Emily.
Yes, I have been thinking of the doctoring profession. But I realize how cautiously we must proceed. I know that people simply refuse to accept what they call a professional woman, as you've seen.
They must accept us.
In time. We're both still young, Elizabeth. We can wait. In the meanwhile, we'll study, observe, attend lectures.
Of course. Why didn't I think of that?
Of what?
If I can make the people recognize the dangers of their crowded living conditions, their poor ventilation, unwholesome food, and the lack of exercise and sunshine, then perhaps I can also make them accept me as a doctor.
And just how do you intend doing that?
By giving a series of lectures on health, education, and sex.
Elizabeth.
I'll outline a program of planned activities for women, such as fencing, riding, and archery. I'll instruct mothers in the health education of their children, and
where poor men could have a chance to visit a female doctor. The insults and the threatening letters gradually turned to admiration, and other doctors, men doctors, came to seek Elizabeth's advice on sanitation measures. Our list of patients grew, and finally, on May the 12th, 1857, we founded the New York Infirmary for Women and Children. Elizabeth's courageous battle against prejudice had finally been won. How proud I was of her when she rose to make her speech at the opening of the infirmary.
My friends, the full, thorough education of women in medicine is a new idea, and like all other truths, requires time to prove its value. Before the existing institutions, with their great advantages of practice and complete organization, will be open to them, women must show their capacity to act as physicians and their earnestness as students of medicine. They must prove their medical ability before expecting professional recognition. And we here at the infirmary have pledged ourselves to that task which lies before us.
Elizabeth Blackwell, at great personal sacrifice and overcoming a physical handicap, saw her dream become a reality. Her success in the medical field led the way for other women in the same profession. Today, there are over 8,000 practicing women physicians in America. 3 hospitals are staffed exclusively by women. Every medical college in America but 4 is coeducational, and one, the Women's Medical College in Philadelphia, is open solely to women. And the New York Infirmary for Women and Children is still standing. Yes, Elizabeth Blackwell has left us a great inheritance. An inheritance based on humanitarianism, unselfishness, and devotion to an ideal which is voiced in the doctor's oath of Hippocrates.
I do solemnly swear by that which I hold most sacred, that I will be loyal to the profession of medicine and just and generous to its members, that I will lead my life and practice my art in uprightness and honor, that in whatever house I enter, it shall be for the good of the sick to the utmost of my power.
You have been listening to Inheritance, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the American Legion. We're privileged this evening to hear from the National Vice Commander of the American Legion, Department of New Mexico, Mr. D.H. Reed.
Since the time of Elizabeth Blackwell's devoted contribution to her field, the rapid advancement of medical science in the United States has been an almost miraculous phenomenon. The advent of the discovery of wonder drugs and serums with resultant victories against disease and the magnificent progress of modern surgery have contributed not only to the well-being of our own people, but to the medical knowledge and health of the world. We Americans are accustomed to miracles, however, and it may be well if we pause a moment to consider how such fantastic progress comes about. One contributing factor, I am sure, is that the frontiers of the mind are all open to us as American citizens. In America, no monster state prescribes the field of endeavor that any person shall choose, nor the direction of his work. American minds are free, and free minds will always be inquiring and creative. It is freedom which nurtures and makes progress possible. The American Legion and the American Auxiliary donated $50,000 to launch the American Heart Association. The first major contribution for the establishment of the National Association of Mental Health was a $25,000 gift from the American Legion. These donations, along with those of other contributing Americans, help to advance the health of our nation. Courage to fight against odds, persistent in the face of difficulties, faith in an idea, and unselfish endeavor are our inheritance as demonstrated in the dramatic story of Elizabeth Blackwell, which we have just heard. Vice Commander of the American Legion, I am proud to appear on Inheritance, a series which calls attention to the wealth of our American past, which points up the rich resources and sturdy health of America today.
Thank you, Mr. D.H. Reed. Next week, Inheritance will take you on another journey through the pages of history to a time when Americans dreaming of the future forged that which we possess today. Today's story, In Whatsoever House I Enter, was written by Milt Kahn and featured Virginia Gregg as Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell. Included in the cast in order of their appearance were Stanley Fraser, Jerry Hausner, John Picard, Earl Lee, Gail Bunny, Betty Harford, Ben Wright, Betty Lou Gerson, and Irene Tedrow. The original music was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. Inheritance is produced and directed for the National Broadcasting Company and the American Legion by Albert McCleary. This is John Wall speaking. Tonight, hear Meet the Press on the NBC Radio Network.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Inheritance, which originally aired Sunday, May 2nd, 1954, 67 years ago today. Here's an episode of Radio City Playhouse, which originally aired Monday, May 2nd, 1949, 72 years ago today.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 35. Tonight, we bring you a story that we, in common with many others who are far better qualified to judge, believe to be one of the finest mysteries ever written. The author is Thomas Burke, and the title, well, perhaps it might reveal too much too soon to those of you who prefer to solve your own mysteries. So, rather than deprive you of that pleasure, we'll save the title for later and simply introduce our story tonight as Attraction 35 on Radio City Playhouse.
Hi, Charlie.
Hello, Joe.
Hey, the boss is screaming for you.
Yeah, well, I'll see him in a minute. I got something to take care of first.
Hello?
Hazel, this is Charlie.
Oh, darling, I've been so frightened for you. Where are you now?
I'm in my office at the paper. I just got back.
You all right?
I'm all right.
I'll come right down.
No, don't, dear.
Did you get the story?
I got the story. I'm going to write it now.
Darling, you sound strange. You're sure you're all right?
I'm fine. I'll call you when I'm finished.
Please hurry.
I will. Bye, dear.
Charlie,
What?
you're the best newspaper man in New York. And I love you.
It was so easy. I knew now how easy it must have been for him. I had just walked in and sat down. No one noticed a thing. Not even old Horseface at the city desk. My hands trembled a little as I reached for the phone again. Aside from that, no one would ever dream that 15 minutes before, I had killed a man. Hello, is this the morgue? Sam, this is Mr. Charles. I'm in my office. I want the complete file of clips on the Greenpoint Strangler. All the stories I've written, yeah. I want to write an obituary. Maybe my own. I lit a cigarette. In a few seconds, Sam would bring the files, and there they'd be. All my stories laid out before me, starting with the first one. I remember writing it. A feature piece about a man. A walking man. The Whybrow Murder by Richard Charles, New York, January the 6th. At 6 o'clock last evening, a wretched evening of damp and fog, Mr. Alfred Whybrow was walking home through the cobweb alleys of the Greenpoint section. He walked slowly, head down, as if pondering some pressing trouble. But Mr. Whybrow had no troubles. Not yet. He walked slowly because his feet were aching. And the only problem on his mind was whether to take home some halibut or some herring for supper.
Paper! Get your evening paper. Oh, evening, Mr. Whybrow.
Good evening, Martin.
Here's your paper, sir.
Thank you. Anything exciting in the news tonight?
Nothing but talk of war. Don't know how they expect us to sell. We haven't had a paper, a good crime story in weeks.
Too bad. Well, maybe tomorrow your luck will change, and we'll be enjoying a fine, juicy murder.
I hope so. Well, good night, Mr. Whybrow.
Good night.
You're right, Mr. Whybrow. There will be a murder, but I doubt if you will enjoy it. We'll walk on now and hurry, Mr. Whybrow. It's too miserable a night for anyone to be out. And at home there's a warm, gas-lit kitchen and a table all laid for your evening supper. No wonder your step is quickening at such a pleasant prospect. But you aren't going to get that supper this evening, or any other evening. Tonight, Mr. Whybrow, you are going to die. Would you like to know why? Well, stop here where the corner streetlight casts its greasy sparkle on the pavement. Stop, look, and listen before you cross the street. Especially listen. Hear that, Mr. Whybrow? Somewhere there in the fog, another man is walking. His footsteps coming closer to you. Well, go on now. Don't wait to see who he is. But just now, a thought has come into this man's mind. A sudden, strange desire to kill somebody. And that is the reason, Mr. Whybrow, you will never live to taste another herring.
Yes, sir? Oh, it's you, Mr. Whybrow.
Yeah.
What'll it be?
Wife told me to bring some herring or halibut home for supper. Halibut look good tonight?
Passable, sir, but if I was you, I'd try the haddock instead.
All right. A pound of haddock, then.
Well, that'll be 50 cents.
In just a minute, I find where I put my money.
Well, that's all right, Mr. Whybrow. No hurry. Just take your time.
Yes. Take your time, Mr. Whybrow. No hurry at all. Death will still be waiting for you when you step outside. The man hidden there in the fog has picked you out with the same blind choice that made you choose the haddock, not herring, for your supper. And since he has no fear of God or man, he's going to murder you and then go home to his supper. There you go now, Mr. Whybrow. You and your following phantom. Two nebulous dabs of mortality. One to kill, the other to be killed. Walk on, Mr. Whybrow. And as you walk, look for the last time at the familiar features of your neighborhood. Don't hurry. For the slower you walk, the longer you will breathe the green air of this January dusk. Closer now your shadow of massacre moves. He's only a few yards behind you now. Can't you hear something in those footfalls, Mr. Whybrow? Can't you hear them almost shrieking something at you?
Murderer. Murderer.
No. There's nothing in footsteps. They all sound the same. But those footsteps are bearing on to you a pair of hands. Of large white hands that even now are stretching their muscles in preparation for your end. Another minute, Mr. Whybrow, and you will know all about the horror of human hands. Well, you're almost home now, turning into your own street, you and your pursuing phantom. It's growing darker, so hurry, Mr. Whybrow. Now, there's your own front steps. Now, the door is locked. Your key. Hurry. There's no time for fumbling now. You're safe. You have a chance now. You're home. Shut the door quickly and bolt it tight. There. Well, it was a close thing, Mr. Whybrow. You'll never know how close.
That you, Fred?
Yeah, it's me, dear. I brought you some haddock.
I'll bring it out to the kitchen, then. I'm just starting supper now.
Wait till I hang up my coat.
Anything exciting happened today?
Oh, no. Nothing exciting ever happens to me. Just a minute, Mabel, till I answer the door.
Don't do it, Mr. Whybrow. Get away from that door. Don't touch it. Get out of the house, out the back way with the missus and over the fence. But don't touch that door, Mr. Whybrow. Don't open that door.
Yes? Oh, good evening, sir. Is something the...
Who is it, Fred? If it's Mrs. Weymouth, ask her to come in for a cup of coffee. Well, why don't you answer me, Fred? Who is it? Fred, if you're playing another one of your tricks,
Now, hold it, boys. Hold it. One question at a time.
All right, Sergeant, what time did you discover the body?
About 6:30 tonight.
I was walking down the street, checking my patrolman, just like I've been doing for 13 years, when I see the door to number 85 open. Naturally, I look in to see if everything's all right. And there, laying on the floor, I see this body, see? So I blew my whistle, and when Magwitch come, we searched the house. Found both of them strangled. Just like that.
Do you have any idea who did it?
That's all, Sergeant. I'll take over now.
All right, Inspector, then I'll ask you. Do you have any idea who the murderer was?
For publication? Not yet.
Well, then, do you have any theory about a motive for the murder?
Well, yes and no.
What does that mean?
Means maybe yes, maybe no.
Have you found any clues that might give you a lead?
If there are any, we'll find them.
Look, Inspector, what are you trying to build this up to? The perfect crime? Our paper sent us out here to get a story. How do you expect me to write a story without any facts?
That's your worry, not mine. You're so smart, you ought to be able to solve this case all by yourself.
Well, there was nothing to go on. No facts, no motive, nothing at all. But I had to get something. So I went back to the office and wrote the Walking Man story and wondered if the city editor would pass it.
Yeah. Not a bad story, Charles, but how do you know it happened this way?
Well, I don't. But the police didn't give us a thing. I don't think they know more about it than we do. So I dug up a couple of people who saw Wybrow on his way home.
They didn't see anyone following him, did they?
No, but it's a foggy night. It could have happened that way.
Well, all right, we'll take a chance on it then. On Charles.
Yes.
I'm going to leave you on this story, let you follow it up. And I wouldn't mind throwing a hooker into the police right now. If you can stay ahead of them on this case, there'll be a bonus and a raise in it for you.
No, it's a deal.
All right. Start by interviewing the neighbors and see what you can dig up.
You say you lived next door to the Wybrows for 7 years, Mrs. Wesley?
7 years come January.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever notice anything?
Mom, I'm going now. Oh, excuse me.
Excuse me. This is my daughter, Nellie. This gentleman is a reporter from the Gazette.
Is it about Mr. Wybrow?
I'm afraid it is.
He was so nice.
Yes, so everyone says.
Excuse me, Mama. I'm due at St. Michael.
Now, mind you now, come directly home. Ask Patrolman Magwitch to walk with you.
I will, Mama.
Don't stop to chatter now.
I won't. Good night, Mama.
Have a nice time. Oh, I hate to let her go out after what's just happened.
Oh, no. She'll be all right. The police are all over Greenpoint tonight. The strangler wouldn't dare show himself around here again. Well...
You're going to?
Yes, I've got to get back to my paper. Thank you, Mrs. Wesley, and don't worry about Nellie. She's as safe as she would be in church. I was wrong. Nellie Wesley was not actually dead until 2 minutes later. But she was as good as dead from the moment she left her mother's door. Somebody resembling a man began to walk after her. Walk, Nellie Wesley. Walk and listen. Don't you hear them? Listen. It's growing darker and wisps of fog begin to curl in the alleyways. Ah, you hear them now. A set of footsteps following after yours. Yes, you hear them. And your heart beats faster. You begin to hurry. Now you're certain they're following you. You walk faster. Faster. But they're catching up to you. He's close now. He's right behind you. Turn around, Nellie. Turn around.
I was so frightened. I thought for a minute you were the strike.
Hello, baby. Sorry I'm late.
You look tired, Charlie.
I am.
Want me to have the waiter bring you some coffee?
No, I couldn't.
Charlie, what's the matter?
Did you read my story tonight on the Wybrow murder?
Yes. Charlie, I thought it was awfully good.
Too good.
What do you mean?
About an hour ago, I was interviewing Wybrow's next-door neighbor. She had a daughter. Pretty kid, about 13.
Oh? Competition?
Isn't funny, Hazel. She's dead.
Sorry.
I was there almost as soon as the police. I saw her face. I could have stopped that.
Charlie, don't be silly.
No, it's true, Hazel. I left the house right after her. She was still in sight. I knew the streets were dangerous. I said to myself, Should I walk with her? And then I said, no, she'll be all right, and I have to get back to the paper, just like that. I went the other way. A minute later, I heard the police sergeant's whistle. And there she was. All I had to do was walk with her.
Charlie, stop
I
it.
thought to myself, what kind of a monster could do a thing like this?
Charlie, why don't you drop this story? Ask the paper to put another reporter on it. It's getting too dangerous now.
Oh, but, baby, this is my biggest chance.
Chance for what? Chance to get killed? I don't like the idea of your wandering around those streets at night. What's to prevent you from being
now
killed?
cut it out, Hazel.
Is this what it's going to be like when we're married?
Well, if I don't do a job on this story, we won't have anything to get married on.
Charlie, I don't care. Please, drop the story for me.
But it's for you that I'm sticking.
You really think that?
No, I suppose not. It's got me. One look at that kid's face tonight, and I swore I'd find out who was doing it.
You see what I mean? Let it go, Charlie.
I can't. A long time ago, I decided to be a reporter. Well, now I am a reporter, and this is my chance to break into the big time. I can't quit, Hazel. I can't. I went back to Greenpoint on the prowl that night. And every night for a week. Nothing happened. But you could feel a sense of near panic in the air. The police were completely stymied. Everybody was waiting, just waiting. They seemed to know the killer would strike again.
Magwitch.
What? Oh, hiya, Sarge.
All quiet?
All quiet so far.
Seen anyone?
Just that reporter.
Heavy fog tonight.
Yeah.
Whistle if you see anyone suspicious. I've got Coleman stationed at the other end of the block so no one can get out without passing one of you. Walk toward each other and cross every 10 minutes.
Right.
Keep an eye out.
Right. Who's there? That you, Coleman? Come on, speak up. I can see you. Come closer. I've got a gun on you. Walk toward me. Walk. Well, why didn't you say it was you? Almost scared me out of my wit.
Patrolman Magwitch was the fourth victim of the Greenpoint Strangler. I covered that one, too. I covered them all. They were something more than murders. They were motiveless. There was an air of black magic about it. Each one was committed when the streets were empty of any perceptible murderer. There would be an empty alley. There would be a policeman at its end. He would turn his back to the empty alley for a second, and then he would look around and run into the night with news of another strangling. The police would throw a cordon around the area and search all the houses, but no murderer would be found. Each time, it was as if he'd vanished into thin air. It was driving me crazy.
Drink your tea, Charlie. I refuse to talk about murders tonight.
I just don't understand it. He can't just vanish.
You have a curled-up nose, like a teddy bear I once owned.
Murderers are human. They have substance.
Long eyelashes.
There must be some clue.
And your hair won't stay put.
Some to this
In fact,
logic.
you're a very cute fella.
Oh, Hazel, be serious.
Darling, I see you so seldom these days. Must we
What?
talk about murders?
I'm sorry, baby. This blasted case has got me to the point where I see bodies when I dream, when I eat.
Charlie,
What?
give it up.
Oh, no, we've been through that before.
I can't take much more of it. Every night I sit alone and wonder what's he doing now. Is he safe? Is he being followed by someone? Will I open my paper tomorrow to see the headline screaming reporter strangled? If being a reporter's wife is going to be like that, I'm afraid I
Well,
can't.
it can't go on like this, darling. After all, this series is me. I'm in for making me raise.
It sounds wonderful, but I'd rather not wait for it.
You really want me to quit, don't you?
Yes, I do. Oh, Charlie, I do. You needn't burn up the world in a week, darling. I can wait. I love you. Please.
Well, maybe you're right.
Oh, Charlie.
Come on, let's find the waiter and go.
Check, sir?
Yes, please. Now, where the devil did that waiter come from?
He's been standing next to us for about 5 minutes.
I never even noticed him. Wait a minute.
What's the matter now?
Holy smokes.
What is it?
Hazel, I know who the murderer is. At least I think I do.
What?
That waiter. No.
Waiter?
But he gave me the idea. Hazel, no, not the murderer. Doesn't run away at all.
I don't understand.
He doesn't run away. He just stands there. He just stands there and nobody notices him.
Charlie, where are you going?
To find the murderer and ask him a question.
Charlie, no. Call the police. Tell them about it.
I don't dare. What I'm thinking is so fantastic, they'd laugh me right out of town. I've got to find this out for myself.
But not alone. Charlie, you might be killed.
No, I'll be all right, Hazel. I've got a gun.
Oh, Charlie. Oh, Charlie.
I walked with a kind of excitement I hadn't known since I was a boy. When I reached the Greenpoint section, the fog had blanketed the streets. It curled into my nostrils and eyes. The street was empty. I strained my ears for a sound, but I heard nothing except the pounding of my own heart. At the corner of an alley, I stopped a moment. Was my mind playing tricks? Or did I hear something? Yes. Through the fog, I could hear a set of footsteps approaching. The acoustics of the street played tricks on my senses for a moment. I couldn't tell which direction they were coming from. And then...
Yeah, now. What are you up to prowling the streets at this hour? Oh, it's you.
Good evening, Sergeant.
You ought to know it ain't safe to be walking alone here.
I do know. But I had some thinking to do.
Well, do your thinking at home where you'll be safe.
Sergeant, I can't stop thinking about this case. I guess you've thought a lot about it, too.
Well, yes, of course. It's my duty.
Well, then tell me. Has anyone ever seen this murderer?
Not as I know.
Yet he must be there.
That's for certain.
Then answer me this, Sergeant. What sort of a person do we all see every day? Always standing around, always at every crime, and yet we never really notice him because he's part of the scenery.
Now, how would I know? The way I see it, I might reckon even you. Anybody. You're always prowling around.
And do you suspect me?
I suspect everybody. Any more silly questions?
Just one.
Well?
Sergeant Ottermole, why did you kill all those innocent people? Sergeant Ottermole, stand back. I have a gun. Well, Sergeant?
To tell the truth, I don't know, Mr. Charles. In fact, I've been worried about it myself. But I got an idea I have. Everybody knows we can't control the working of our minds, don't they?
So they say.
Yet they expect us to control our bodies. That's funny, ain't it? After all, we get our minds from the Lord knows where, from people who are dead hundreds of years.
Go on.
Suppose we get our bodies the same way. Well, it couldn't be that parts of our bodies aren't really us, that they really belong to other people. Other people's ideas come into them all of a sudden.
Good Lord, man, you're really insane.
Couldn't it be, say, that ideas would come into my hands like this? Let go! Got into my hands like all the others.
Hands are no match for a gun. He confessed me that he... Hazel.
I couldn't wait. I had to come right over. Oh, darling, you are all right.
Well, sure.
You're listening to Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Did you get the story?
I'm writing it now. Take a look.
Less than an hour ago, I killed Charlie.
There it is. I haven't told anyone yet. Well, what do you say?
I don't know what to say. I'm stunned.
Boy, this story will make history.
Here are those clippings, Mr. Charles.
Thanks, Sam. Put them there.
Plenty of excitement on this Greenpoint strangler, huh?
What do you mean?
She's got a flash. He's killed another victim.
What?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's impossible. Who?
Some police sergeant. Guy named Ottermole.
Ottermole?
Yeah, it's the second cop that he's knocked off. Police are really on the warpath now. They posted a new reward already. $10,000 for the murderer of Ottermole. 10 grand, dead or alive.
Dead or alive?
Hazel, we're rich.
Charlie, you can't write that story.
What?
I said you can't write that story.
Honey, are you crazy?
No, but you are if you don't realize what you're doing.
What do you mean? I found the strangler, didn't I?
Charlie, think. Who would believe you? Where's your evidence?
Well, he told me himself.
Did anyone hear him?
No, but...
And no one saw you?
No.
Then who's going to believe you? Not the police.
Oh, but Hazel...
Where were you when the murders were committed? Prowling around, always first on the scene. Charlie, it's no good. You can't admit that you killed Ottermole.
But it was self-defense. Hazel, you believe me, don't you?
Yes, but they won't call it that. They'll think it's murder. They'll think you're the strangler. Don't you see they've already made up their minds? If you sign that story, you'll be signing your own death warrant.
I wanted an exclusive, and I got it. What a laugh. So exclusive, I don't even dare write it.
Tear it up, Charlie. No one must ever know.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
What do you think? I've got to write something.
Yes, but what?
I'm writing a eulogy. The murderer has struck again. Tonight, one of New York's finest, Police Sergeant Ottermole, bravely met a hero's death in the line of duty while attempting to capture the Greenpoint Strangler.
You have just heard The Hands of Mr. Ottermole by Thomas Burke, Attraction 35 on Radio City Playhouse.
Well, as they say, what a revolting development that was. Kind of a nice catch-22 there at the end. That's going to end the stream for today. Yeah, I'm hearing myself echo here. Hang on. Anybody that's still listening, thank you for listening with us. That's going to end it for this Sunday's old-time radio stream. I want to invite you to join us on Missing Persons and Mysteries for Fireside Chat with myself and Jim and Jade. That starts in 1 hour. Go ahead and drop a link here if there's anybody still listening. There we go. I will see you all over on that channel at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, midnight UK time. British Standard Time, whatever you want to call it. Thanks for listening. See you soon.